Sorry about that, military.
Let's go ahead and start the meeting. We want to give our thanks again to the fire department, who this time were called out to Overland Park to a horrible fire, which I guess was 22 homes in a big apartment complex. Was that the last figure? So that's just terrible. So thank you very much to our firefighters for going there and helping out with that. If there's anyone new here, we do ask that people silence their cell phones. You can use it, obviously, if you want to, but just silence it. And we have agendas over on the podium there by the back door in case anyone wants to follow along with what we're doing. So tonight, we don't have any proclamations or recognitions onto the consent agenda. All matters listed below on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Are there any items that any commissioners wish to remove?
Here, I have a couple of questions on item number 6. I'm sorry. Lisa.
Okay. Lisa?
Well, yeah, item 6 and 5A too.
5A.
Those two I'd like to.
Okay.
13.
All right. Stuart, you got one?
Nope, sorry.
Everyone else has one. Make sure those were mine. All right, so with the exception of items 5A, 6, and 13, we'll all receive, oh, I'm sorry, yeah, are there any items that a member of the public wish to remove? Thank you. Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you, Commissioner. Eric Struckoff on item 9.
Okay,
My
thank
partner
you.
has requested that be deferred until, I believe, the April 4th meeting.
Okay,
Or a later
well, we'll
date.
go ahead and do the rest of the agenda, and then we'll come back to number 9.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any others that a member of the public wishes to remove? Okay, so with the exceptions of 5A, 6, 9, and 13, I'll take a motion to approve the consent agenda with the addition of claims, 210 vendors in the amount of $5,264,436.92.
Move approval?
Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Amick, seconded by Vice Mayor Boley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So motion passes unanimous. So on to 5A, which is award bid to R.D. Johnson in the amount of $226,000 for project number PW 1613 for 2016 Sidewalk Gap Program. Lisa?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, or at least ask a question of staff. It looks like we're spending 2015 and 2016 CDBG grant funding for this. Is that correct? With the threat right now at the federal level of losing all that funding, I noticed in the CIP we have $100,000 slated for 2017. Are we going to be able to have access to that money in 2017? If it's, though they haven't awarded it yet. Okay, so what?
We submitted the application last December, and I don't know what the schedule is.
Okay, so the CDBG funding, all of this but 22,000. So that's how important the CDBG grant money is. This is going to pay for, what, 12 sections of sidewalk, I believe, is what it's going to pay for. So it's extremely important that we work really hard to get that and spend it as soon as we can. So I just wanted to bring that out, how important it is.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Any comment from public comment about this item in particular? All right, so,
You might mention that when we were in DC, we visited with our delegation and expressed exactly what you just said, Commissioner, that sidewalks and other community improvement projects are the kinds of things that the City of Lawrence uses, but other communities throughout the state use to provide a lot of different public improvements. So we sent that message to our federal delegation just so that you all are aware. We did deliver that message.
All right, thank you. Thanks.
thank you, Casey. All right, any other public comment or staff comment? All right, would someone like to make a motion to approve the item?
So moved.
Second.
So motion made by Commissioner Herbert, seconded by Commissioner Larson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So motion passes unanimous. So now on to number 6. Let's scroll up to number 6. 6 had to do with yard waste, I believe. So this was to adopt on second and final reading, specifying that yard waste will be collected the same day as residential trash, establishing 6 a.m. set-out time, and revising the allowable containers.
Couple of questions, Mayor, and thanks for allowing us to pull this off. I had spent some time with the city manager yesterday, and in light of the comments that Tammy had made a couple weeks ago about sustainable and whether or not it was sustainable to continue to do the yard waste pickup on Mondays only, I think I got a great answer, or great answers to my questions that dealt with that. I guess a lot of the questions that I have with at this point is I've had members of the public contact me is that the container program that we have, we're going to require that the public buy these things, and one question would be, obviously, why aren't we doing it the same way that we're doing our current container program where, you know, we're renting it or whatever we're doing with it? There's a cost involved, but, you know.
There is an option, you know, the bag option exists as well as the container in terms of compost. So you
Right.
go either direction, but if you want to ask questions about how it's paid for and things, I'd invite Tammy to come up and address that part of it,
Okay.
if that's your question.
And that's one. And second of all, I did have somebody that called, and they do have one container that is exactly the same model as what we use or will require people to use. And is that something that would be acceptable? Because they had spent like $90. And 3, I think we need to go over, advertise very well how people can get rid of their current, you know, receptacles that they have, cans and those kind of things. And then if you could describe for us what my Thursday trash day will look like. Are there going to be 3 trucks going by, one after another, that kind of thing? We really didn't give a whole lot of time, you know, as this item came forward. And I think before a second and final deal is we probably ought to have a little bit of talk about it. And then there was one other, it'll come to me, but anyway. Sure,
Yeah,
please.
Lisa had questions too.
Yeah, some along the same lines as Mike, as whether we could open this back up, excuse me? Louder? Is that better? As to whether we could open this back up so we can get public comment on it, because we did kind of move through this quickly during the last meeting that we had this issue at. There was also some concern about the need for this many large cans stretched out across their driveway, yard, whatever, and then also having to store them. I've gotten a lot of comments on that, as well as the cost. Why are we charging for it when we rent out the other ones? We charge a small monthly fee for the other ones. Why can't we go to some model like that?
Okay, well, I'm going to just, I know that Commissioner Amix, you said you got your questions answered about kind of the why move off Mondays a little bit, but that's a question we hear a lot, and if I can go ahead and address that a little bit. You know, we chatted 2 weeks ago during the city manager's report about these are the changes that are coming, and I mentioned that it would require this ordinance, and that there is a time factor here. So we kind of talked to you a couple weeks ago to say we're getting ready to go with the outreach program that will include an insert in the utility bills. That is printed and ready to go. So we're anxiously holding our breath for approval today to get that out to make the schedule. So I just want to lay that as a little bit of the groundwork. We started a little bit ago. So the reason that Monday is unsustainable for collecting yard waste all on that one day, if you think about when we started this, it was 1993, we had about 65,000 people. We have about 92,000 now. And we've changed the way we collect trash from being a very manual collection where we collected all trash in rear load trucks with 2 staff people on the back. So it's very manual. We've gone to a very automated system for our trash where we can and for recycling, which means that we don't have the fleet of the rear load manual trucks necessary to service the entire community on one day. We just physically no longer have the amount of trucks that we need to do that for that more manual service. So in a growing season in May or in the heavy leaf season, it would take between 10 and 14 rear load trucks, fully staffed, to collect citywide. It's a very heavy, very manual collection, and it could take, in those growing times, even 9 to 10-hour days. So it's a very trying day for our staff. Our goal is to equalize that work level a little bit. When we move to collecting it on the day of trash and recycling, we will be able to accomplish that yard waste collection with 2 to 3 trucks within an 8-hour day, which is an amount of trucks we have in our fleet. It also allows us to use our automated trucks that we use Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for trash and recycling to get a fuller utilization by using those over the 5-day period. So that's the kind of why move off Monday. We completely understand. There's a reason we started on Monday. It's a customer convenience, and it's going to be hard to make that change. It's going to be hard for people in their household routines to make those changes, but it's not unusual. So we haven't come across another community that tries to collect all yard waste on a single day of the week. If you look at, Shawnee County doesn't collect yard waste separately, so that wouldn't be a good example, but within the Johnson County cities, Olathe, Overland Park, Lenexa, Leawood, we found Shawnee, Norman, Oklahoma, and Salina all collect yard waste on the same day that they collect trash and recycling. So that's a fairly standard model within other organizations. So
And you
hopefully that
mentioned
helps.
the employee safety concerns that you have with the manual truck versus the automatic truck as
Absolutely.
well.
So there are a couple, and that goes to both manual versus automated, and it really goes to the issue of the containers. These are all the same kinds of questions and kinds of conversation that we have had with the community over the last 3 to 5 years as we moved from manual trash collection to an automated trash collection system, and as we made the intentional decision to go with automated recycling collection. It's an employee safety issue. It's particularly challenging, and we hear this a lot from employees, it's particularly challenging right now where we have a very automated collection Tuesday through Friday, and then on Monday, we're like, okay, 10 hours out there, it's all manual. I mean, it's very different. We envision a system where we have yard waste collection crews, or organics collection crews, that are used to that more manual work Monday through Friday. They're accustomed to it, they're conditioned for it. We're very hopeful that it will help ease a lot of those employee safety concerns. On the container question, there were multiple questions, but I'll start where I remember. The containers are, the non-city issued containers are the single most frequent comment we hear from our loaders. And those folks work really hard to do the best service they can every week at your curb. But the containers are a variety of sizes. They're in shapes. They can contain a lot, and creative people can make them contain a lot more. And they can be super heavy. They're not always sturdy. They're awkward to move. They're awkward to tip. Some containers may work with our trucks. Very few do. And we struggled with, so moving away from the odd container sizes was really very, very much driven by employee safety. And then we come to the question of, well, what if you have a cart that works? What if you have, a different stamp on the side of the cart that works? And the challenge that we have from a communication standpoint is, how is your cart okay? Because we brought our truck out and tested it, but yours isn't, yours isn't, yours isn't, yours isn't. And how do people understand that difference is one of the reasons that we said it's either got to be the city cart or it's got to be the compostable craft paper bags. On the question of why we don't handle it the exact same way that we do with trash and recycling. It's a different service. We don't have, not every household participates in yard waste set out. The preferred method for managing yard waste from our perspective and from an environmental standpoint is going to be the mulch mow. And the second best method is to compost on site. And sometimes the growing season is high, or the leaves are heavy, or you just prefer to have you just prefer to do it differently, and you want to collect your grass at the curb. That's not all our customers. And so we have not tried to share that cost base for the containers across the entire customer base. That's why we started with the fee for. I'm trying to think. Kathy may be able to speak to the numbers a little more clearly, but the best numbers I can remember is in the peak highest season, we may have 6,000, 6,800 households set out grass and yard waste on any given Monday, where we have 30,000 accounts that we're collecting. So yes, there will be 3 trucks on the street. There are 3 trucks on the street now. They just come on different days. So it'll feel, somebody asked how it looks.
Right.
We'll have the 3 containers out. They need to be 3 feet apart. They may go into the curb line. It may be on the yard side. We need to figure out the mechanics of that. But we have a lot of communities close by that have been able to get that done. So, have I answered everyone's questions?
I got a few more.
Okay.
Go ahead, I've got one more, 2 more.
So you said that right now it takes 10 to 14 rear load trucks to pick up yard waste.
Right.
Is that, those run every Monday? That many run at a time?
Yes.
At a time? So then with the new system, it would bring it down to 3? What did you
2 to
say?
3,
2 to 3
depending on growing
trucks?
season. Every day, Monday through Friday.
Oh, Monday through Friday.
Right.
So is there going to be a reduction in employees through this new method?
It's a rearrangement. So we've got, right now we do all Monday, it's a 9 or 10 hour day with all the rear load, and then we do all our trash and recycling the other 4 days. We will rearrange all the trash days.
So will positions be eliminated?
No filled positions will be eliminated. We
Okay.
do plan for a reduction in staff. Sure. We plan for a reduction in staff next year of 2 loader positions, but those aren't filled, and they're not filled now.
Okay.
Those don't have
It'll be
people in
done
them
through
now.
attrition.
Right.
That's the approach we've been taking with these
Right.
positions.
All right. So nobody will lose their job in May because
No.
we've gone to this new system?
No. In fact, we just opened for loaders.
I saw that, yeah, I
Yes,
saw you
we're
had several
strongly recruiting
positions.
if you know anyone that's interested.
Yes, and they pay,
Plug that.
like they pay well. That's good. So I know the safety is it's very important, obviously, for any of our employees, all of our employees. What about the safety of the citizen who has to lug a 95-gallon cart across their backyard to the curb? Is that, any consideration need to be taken on that? I mean, that's a big cart.
That is one method to set out your yard waste. You can also do it in the smaller bags, which can be lighter, where you can put in a wagon or use. It is a consideration.
Yeah.
I roll mine across the yard. I understand that I may not have all the challenges that everyone has, so they're going to be
So is there,
challenges. And if somebody has specific issues, our supervisors are fantastic at going out and working with our residents one-on-one if they have a particular concern. The carts are brown. They weather well. They blend into kind of a fence line pretty well, which is what we've found with a lot of people that don't want the yard waste containers in their garage. They are vented.
is there any opportunity that we could go to a different system for payment? And go to what we use now, essentially, with the trash carts?
We don't have a rental system now for trash carts.
Don't we pay like $1 a month or something like that?
We used to. We used to have that system, and now it's included in the base rate. And if you want a second trash cart, the rate isn't for rental of the cart, it is for delivery of the service, for the additional capacity that
that's
you
where
require.
you see
And it's about $4 a month.
$4 a month,
Additional carts.
okay, for additional.
3 for the 65 gallon, 4 for the, or, yeah.
But but we did not have people pay for the carts when they first
We
got
did
them.
not.
Correct. And is the reason why we couldn't do that with this program? Not have the city pay for the 95-gallon cart, and if they wanted extras, then they would have to pay for those?
That would,
What would
that
that
is an
cost
option.
us?
So it's a matter of how we want to spread the cost among citizens. Now, we have a lot of carts out there already. So there
That
are a
you've
lot of
sold,
people with
yeah.
yard waste carts. We've sold over 200 since I was here last week.
Wow.
And like I said, we have the option to pay $10 a month for 6 months. If it were a real hardship, and we needed to get that down, and we may be able to figure out a way to charge $5 a month for 12 months. And that may address some of that concern. But then people own that cart. And and they'll own it. So if you move from house to house, you take that with you. Your trash cart stays with the house.
Commissioner, I thought what I heard Tammy say too is the question of how many people would actually buy those carts, and instead of giving them, it's not a universal application across the entire population of people that use or take advantage of the compost situation. So I think that was part of the reason, at least, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tammy, that was part of the reason that we didn't roll it into the cost itself in total, because it was a percentage of the people that take advantage of that program.
Yes, I think she said like at peak times, it's 6,800 households at peak times.
And even though we have peak times at 6,800, you won't be the same 6,800 every peak time.
And how many customers does that relate to, in total?
We probably have 30,000 residential customers.
Okay.
So one-fifth, are taking advantage of that.
Good evening,
Thanks.
Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Kathy Richardson, and I'm
hi,
the Solid Waste Division Manager. I just wanted to mention as well, we have sold the 200 carts in just the last few days, but we do have over 1,100 customers that have already purchased yard waste carts. So they've been using them now for a couple years.
How many did you say that are already out there?
1,100.
Okay.
Well, one of the reasons that we went to the automation had to do with, workers' comp and the claims that we were having before. Have we seen a noticeable decrease in workers' comp?
We saw an
claims?
immediate significant increase
Okay.
in our
So
injuries.
those are way down. The one question, and I don't know if Lisa asked this, I did have a couple people ask me about, is there a shorter cart because of ADA requirements or anything like that?
We don't have any in our system right now. We can investigate that
Yeah,
issue.
do they make one, and can we find that out? Because there are people
will
that
find that
can't
out.
lift bags up and put them in these carts, and I know that would be hardship for a lot of people that I know, so.
We do have some customers that also have bigger carts for trash and recycling, and they cannot roll the cart to the curb.
Right.
We do have our crews who will approach the house that's set out near the house. They'll roll down the cart for the customer, service the cart, and roll it back for the customer. So we do have some residents that are set up with that service.
Okay. And so, if I would choose not to, have this part of the program, I don't have to get that cart, right? I don't have to buy one.
That's correct.
I don't have to have trash pick, or yard waste pickup, right?
That's correct.
Okay. That's what I need to know. One of the things that we have, Mayor, is that we have a situation here where this is a great service that, that's provided. I mean, it's a super service, and you can tell by the amount of work that people do to their yards and stuff around the house. But we do have that big responsibility to the employee, too, that's out there, picking this stuff up every day, and we realize that also. So, but I do think it's important that we have this discussion tonight, even at this late date, to make sure that these questions are answered, because we get them from the public all the time. So I think that's kind of where we're at. Okay? Thank you.
I want to follow up on Mike's question. You said that you saw an immediate improvement in worker safety when we went from the manual trash collection and the automated trash collection. Is there a similar opportunity to improve employee safety, worker safety? Are we having the same kind of problems that we were having? Are we having the same kind of problems with the yard waste pickup that we were having with the trash?
That is hard for me to answer specifically. We don't have as many injuries now in general.
Right.
Are we seeing a lot of injuries that are related to Monday operations? Do you have I don't have any statistical data on that right now, for sure. I can't answer.
You think there's
I'm trying to
opportunity
find
for improvement
and
in employee safety and in efficiency of operations?
Yes, I absolutely believe there's an opportunity for employee safety, efficiency in operations, and general employee morale. I mean, they really struggle on Mondays. It's a really hard day for them.
Okay. Thank you.
I have one more question about the service for those who can't pull their carts all the way down to the end of the driveway. Is that a program that needs to be applied for, or how would a person take advantage of that?
The customer would call our office, and we will talk to them, ask them a few questions, and we usually have a supervisor that will go out to the residents and make sure that we know where the cart will be placed and, make sure everything checks out okay. And from there, the crews will get the information on who is on that list. And from there moving forward, we do that, we'll collect that cart from that person's house. And we do have a few elderly folks that are signed up.
Thanks, I think that's a great service, I appreciate that.
Is the phone number on the bill that people can call?
Absolutely.
Any other questions for staff? All right, let's get public comment on the item. Is there any public comment on this item? Just come to the microphone and say your name and write your address down. We've got a sign-up list there.
Hi, my name is Bobette Puterbaugh, and it's a little hard to hear back there, so I'm going to ask that all of you speak up.
Okay.
But I'm elderly, so please speak up. First of all, I want to say to the city, I absolutely love your trash pickup. It's been wonderful. I like the way you're doing it, and not only the trash, but the recycling, and also when I put my yard waste out. There's one item I want to talk about, and that has to do with more yard waste than most people have. My yard is almost an acre. So every week I have way more yard waste than probably 2 of your carts will fill up. I'm concerned about that, and I'm concerned about it if my day gets moved from the weekend, because the weekend is when I do my yard. So if I have to keep all my extra paper bags in the rain all week, I am not going to be happy. And I've been so happy with you guys. So my question is, I've actually had some of my friends said, well, you're just going to have to store it in your house. I can't store it in my house. I can't store it in my garage. The grass, and I bag my grass. Anyway, for those of you who've ever done that, the aroma is unbearable. So, can I get more than 2? What do I do if I can't have it picked up on Monday? That's not a problem that you all have addressed? Do you have an answer for that?
Yeah, we'll take the rest of public comment and then we'll get questions answered.
Okay. Again, love the way you're doing it. Don't want to be a problem, but thanks.
Thanks, Babette. Don't forget to sign in.
Oh, where?
Right there. There should be a sheet there. Is there one there?
There is?
Yeah. Any other public comment?
No, I just signed in.
Thanks, Babette.
Robert Lewis, 1105 West Hills Parkway. I don't think you've thought about this situation where the ground is not level, and getting 3 containers or 4 perhaps to stand up near the curb is an immense problem in our area. In fact, I have one neighbor whose waste just trash. Third of the time, the container falls over. Some others put the containers in the street, the curb. We have students driving by fast. The wind sometimes upsets these containers, and if this big container, it's going to be more resistance for the wind to knock it over. You better stop and think about the liabilities associated with these containers. And taking it on Monday, my garage is 150 feet from the street. I had to put the stuff in the garage. There will be an odor right upstairs to my office. And another problem is getting it moved back to the street. Takes time. I don't see why you can't pick it up on Monday and continue the process. Because people are going to put containers at the curb, south side of the house, south side of the garage, the north side of the garage, in front of the garage. You're going to have a tacky city.
Thank you, Robert. Any other public comment?
I'll be quick. KT Walsh, good evening. Brief comment. When my neighbors and I were talking about this, we were talking about how great those cans that we're no longer going to be using are for storing kids' toys or balls or, you know, putting tall rakes in. And so if, I know a lot of them are just going to be past their lifespan or too grody to do anything but be ground up. But if there's some usable cans, will they go to hazardous waste centers so we can go get paint and stuff? Might there be some that could be passed on? And if that doesn't work, it doesn't matter. I just thought I'd ask.
Good evening, Greg Robinson, 3116 Trail Road. I have a question in reference to, again, I have no problem with the program per se, but the question I have is that at one point when we got our blue recycle cans, I'd called down to solid waste and said, hey, can I use that for my trash as well? They go, oh, no, you can't do that, just for recyclables. But this being the case, if we're going to do it this way now, what is wrong with me using my green trash can as my yard waste? Why are we making somebody buy perhaps two if they need to, when they can just, if my yard waste, let's say, is going to be a pickup on a Monday, but my trash is until Friday, why can't I not use my green can to put my yard waste in on Sunday? I mean, that makes no sense, because then the whole idea is about recycling. Why are we being forced to then generate more of a carbon footprint, that we all like to say, to go out and buy more product that we don't need, when we can certainly just use our green can along with one brown can? You know, I mean, I don't understand this need that I gotta have 2 or 3 purchased brown cans when I could use my green one if it works for my schedule. So that's really the only comment I had. I don't see there's a need to purchase all these brown ones if you got a green one sitting there just waiting. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Any other public comment? Okay, so we'll bring it back to the commission. We did have some items, if staff can come back up. So one of the questions was if people can buy multiple containers, can people use their other canisters for yard waste? And perhaps we can recycle the cans.
Okay. Yes, you can buy as many of the brown carts as you'd like. We will happily deliver them. On the recycling question, we haven't worked out the details of how that would look. It won't be in May. It'll probably be like a month delayed, and we will publicize it like crazy, and then we'll figure out what the best and most meaningful reutilization of those containers are. Best way to recycle them. And on the primary reason that we do not allow, well, there are kind of two questions. To Mr. Robinson's question about right today, he could use his trash cart to put out his grass on Monday. That won't be an option when we're collecting them all on the same day. And the biggest issue is that you've got a truck going by, and if it sees a trash cart, it's going to pick it up as trash. And it's an automated operation, so they're not looking in that until it's dumped, at which point you have put all your yard waste commingled with the trash.
Okay.
I think that was all the parts you asked. Okay.
Any other questions for staff? Any other comments?
Yes, you can buy more than one.
Yeah, but the question about Bob Ed had,
Yeah.
about the bags outside.
I just had her as the multiple containers, the bags outside. What was the question there? Babette? Yes. We need you again. Go ahead, Mike.
Bobette, your question was, you're planning on using the recycled bags, correct?
I am. Well,
And one of the containers, I'm going to guess, right?
or two,
Okay,
and
or two.
5 or 6 recycle bags every
Okay,
week.
Okay.
So it's not just, it's, tree limbs, and it's yard waste, and cigarette butts, and everything that comes out of the yard after we do it. Takes a day to do it. My question is, I don't have a place to store all of that. If it rains, it's all going to get destroyed. So if I do it on the weekend, I'm concerned about that. Do you have a suggestion for me? I can't, like I say, I can't take it in my house, I can't put it in my garage, and then it's out in the rain.
I'm going to guess if it's in the storage container that we'll have, I mean, that's the best protection that we could probably give it. I mean,
But I'm not going to be able to buy,
no, you're
4
not
or
going to have
5.
8 or 9 of them sitting
Right.
around. So I understand all that, but
But you could bag it and put it in a can that you pick up at one of our local stores that's substantially less cost than our particular container that's used for this service, if she wants to get it out of the weather.
oh, and put them in there.
And that would
then
allow her,
remove
and
them
that would
on-
allow her to use some wheeled device to move it around at the same time, as a practical matter. And somebody that had a big yard once myself.
so there's an alternate place to buy.
If you bought one of
cart?
the roll-around things that they sell at any number of the hardware stores or garden centers and use that to place your bags in and
Like a
move-
wagon.
And-
Is that what you're
Almost
saying?
like a wagon.
And then buy a garage to store it in during the rain? That's the biggest question.
You wouldn't have to store it in the garage, it'd be in a plastic container. The bag would be inside of the plastic container.
It'd have to have a
Can you
lid.
leave it in the container when you wheel it out to the road?
It's a difficult scenario.
Okay, let's hope I'm on a Monday. Then that'll solve
What
all my
days-
problems.
What day's your trash pickup now?
Monday.
Oh.
Oh, Tuesday? What is it? Oh, Tuesday.
So-
No, yard waste is on, well, it's on Monday now, but
It'll go to Tuesday, it'll be one day later.
Yeah, it'll be one day later.
I'll just put it in my car and bring it to your house. Just kidding. But that's a big question for us, so. And where can I buy that cart?
Well, you can go to some of our local places, Home Depot,
Yeah, it's just like a
Menards,
wagon.
other hardware stores.
I think he's just suggesting that you have a standard trash can like you might have now for yard waste, and that you store your bagged materials in a covered
I have
trash can until
So
the
they
morning
don't
of
get
And that's
pickup.
what I do now with them.
And that
We
way,
have like,
you've got it covered until the
Right.
morning of pickup, and then
okay, so I can do that. Awesome.
I think what we should do is have Tammy schedule someone to come out and look at your scenario in detail and.
I'm sure I'm not the only one like this, though. I
Yeah,
mean, there are a
right.
lot of us that have lots of yards and and mostly it's tree debris, really.
Yeah.
That's where most of it comes from, and of course, with ash trees in your yard, it's more so.
at
Okay.
least those ones
Thank
won't
you.
be there long, right, with the ash tree?
Sadly, no.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. In my zeal to get away from the mic, I forgot to acknowledge the fact that Waste Department is superb. They do a great job. Unfortunately, you don't see many old waste collectors because it is backbreaking work, and I certainly applaud their efforts, and they've always been very go out of their way to assist and do the right thing. So I just thought I'd add that in there because I forgot to in my first comment. So they
Thank
do a
you.
great job. Thank you.
Thank you for the nice feedback. All right, we were done with public comment. Any other commission discussion?
Well, unfortunately, we're probably not going to be able to hit everything that we're going to create a problem for. But I do believe that in the end, it's still about providing a great service and making sure that our employees are taken care of, in a way that is the most responsible thing that we can do. And we've done a lot of that through the automation. and with automation does require some change, and that's what we're looking at here. I guess the only thing that I would say is that, if we're to go ahead and proceed tonight with the second reading, I would like to give some direction that on the payment plan on the purchase of the cart, if necessary, I don't know if we have to write it in there or just give direction specifically.
I think direction would be fine.
Okay, direction that that staff is given the authority to extend time to make sure it works within somebody's budget, okay?
Would you like to make a motion with that direction?
Well, I'd be happy to approve on second and final reading ordinance number 9335 as amended to include direction to staff on anyone who has trouble making the payment for purchase, to give them, the staff, the authority to work for a payment plan with that customer. Also, I guess that was it. That's
Is there a
enough.
Second.
Any other commission discussion? Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Amix, seconded by Vice Mayor Bolick. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? So motion passes unanimous. So now we're on to number 9 that Mr. Struckoff wanted. So let me read what we got first here, Eric, out loud. Number 9. Approve a license agreement to permit existing structures to remain under the sidewalk at 1101 Massachusetts. Go ahead.
That's correct. Thank you, Commissioners. I think one of my partners was surprised by the speed and efficiency of legal and planning staff in bringing this to tonight's commission agenda and requested a deferral until the next meeting of item number 9.
Why would you like a deferral?
Because the partner has not had a chance to look at the document closely yet.
Oh, I see. So you're the applicant, you're representing the
That's right.
applicant, and you would like to ask for a deferral?
Yes, please.
Okay. Do we need to make a motion on that, or can we just?
That'd be
defer?
appropriate.
Okay. Is there, thank you. Is there any commission questions about that? Any public comment? All right, well, I'll move that we defer the item on number 9, to defer the item to approve the license agreement until the following week, which we're off that week, though,
April
aren't
the
we?
4th.
April 4th.
Yep.
Yeah. Is there a second to that?
Second.
So motion made by Mayor Soden, seconded by Commissioner Herbert. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimous. So now we're on to number 13. Authorize the city manager to execute a 6-month extension on the city's agreement with the National Development Council to complete economic development analysis and affordable housing consulting services for a retainer amount of $6,150 monthly. So that's $6,150 monthly.
I had a couple questions that were sent to me by a resident, and they were sent too late for me to forward to the city staff, so I just thought if we could just answer them on the public record, that would be just as good. On the staff memo, and by my recollection as well, it says in October 2016, the City Commission authorized a 6-month agreement, which would make sense it being March, it's now expiring. The question was, when you pull the September 19th claims that we adopted, there's a payment for $5,250 for NDC, for the National Development Council, that covers the period July 25th to September 25th. So their question was, if we didn't have an agreement with them, what were we paying for the 90 days prior, and why was it so much cheaper relative to what we're paying for now?
Good question. We did, Commissioner, utilize the services of them. Really, it was kind of on a more of a trial basis and a month-to-month basis, which didn't include some of the services that they are providing in this agreement, things like access to their training programs and that kind of thing. So it was a bit more limited in scope, but it is true that we did utilize them for a couple of months. The NDC was helping us to review some of the economic development applications that were being considered.
Okay, and that was kind of what I thought. And around that same time period, July to September, we had requests for the 800 Vermont project,
Yes.
Commissioner Shum's project, and then also for the brewery and the Warehouse Arts District. And as I understood it, our agreement was that that the independent reviews that were being done by the NDC would be paid for by the developers seeking the abatements? And if so, did that occur, and is that part of that $5,000?
The amount that was collected by both of the economic development applications was $4,000. So there were
For each.
two reviews that were done, so there was a total of $8,000 in fees collected that defrayed the expenses that we've had to date. But I would note that in addition to the work on those economic development applications, NDC has done a number of things for the city. We've actually been keeping them quite busy as they come here to City Hall 2 days a week. Either meeting about affordable housing, they've met with the Affordable Housing Advisory Board. They have done a workshop on new markets tax credits, some programs like that. A variety of things that they have assisted or consulted on potential housing projects and things of that nature.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for staff? Any public comment on this item? All right.
I will say that on the NDC project or hiring them, I've used them at least, I believe, 3 months that he's been here. I've come in and met with him for an hour or two just to learn more about the whole process, and it's been great. I've really appreciated his service.
All right. Any other commission discussion? All right. So I'll accept a motion to approve.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Amix, seconded by Commissioner Herbert. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimous. All right. So now we're on to general public comment. The public is allowed to speak to any items or issues that are not scheduled on the agenda after first being recognized by the mayor. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Rather, they will refer the items to staff for follow-up if necessary. Individuals are asked to come to the microphone, sign in, state their name and address. Speakers should address all comments and questions to the commission. And just as a reminder to please silence your cell phones. All right, is there any general public comment tonight? This is for items not on the agenda.
Good evening. My name is Michael Monroe. I just have a statement that I just want to read to the commission.
Sure.
Again, my name is Michael Monroe, and I'm a former sergeant with the Lawrence Police Department. The reason I have come before the commission tonight is to inform the citizens of the city of Lawrence that a formal complaint has been made against the chief of police, which provides overwhelming evidence that he lied under oath during a federal discrimination lawsuit surrounding my former employment with the city of Lawrence. It was not my first choice to come here tonight to disclose this information. However, I have reached out to every member of the City Commission and have given each of them a copy of my complaint. Every single commissioner has refused to meet with me to discuss any aspect of the complaint. In the case of Mr. Amix, he promised to speak to me several times and reneged on his promise on every occasion. Several months ago, I submitted my initial complaint to Mr. Marcus, which outlined my allegations against Chief Khatib. The following is a list of misconduct by Chief Tarek Khatib during the Internal Affairs investigation, case 11-09. Khatib provided false information and/or misrepresented some of the facts of the Internal Affairs investigation to the city manager at that time, Dave Corliss. Khatib provided false information and/or misrepresented some of the facts of the Internal Affairs investigation to the mayor and the city commission at the time. Khatib provided false information and/or misrepresented some of the facts of the investigation to the grievance board. Khatib authored a termination letter with information he knew at the time to be false in reference to my credibility to testify in court. Khatib authored a termination letter, excuse me. Khatib authored a termination letter with information he knew or should have known was false in reference to many other facts of the case. Khatib frequently provided untruthful testimony during his deposition while under oath. Khatib administered discipline differently to me contrary to the reasons given during the lawsuit, to current policy at the time, and to common practice at the police department. Khatib conspired with Corliss to overturn the grievance board's decision to reinstate my employment after the grievance board of my peers had reinstated me to a position with the City of Lawrence. Khatib discussed the case with non-essential personnel contrary to city policy. Khatib provided false information to other law enforcement agencies prohibiting me from pursuing a career in law enforcement in any other jurisdiction. The above list is not comprehensive. There are several other incidents of misconduct which were uncovered during the discovery process, including a cover-up of a racial profiling incident, illegal searches, and in one case, sexual misconduct committed by a police officer in which Khatib failed to investigate at all. I subsequently met with Mr. Marcus, who instructed me to provide documentation which would support my allegations. Over the next few months, I obtained new information and contacted witnesses who were able to substantiate virtually all of my allegations. In addition, I provided names of current and former city employees and the names of employees of other agencies who could substantiate the remaining allegations. City policy states that upon submitting an official complaint against a member of the police department, the citizen making the complaint is entitled to know the disposition of the case. Knowing this to be the case, Mr. Marcus refused to investigate Khatib in the face of overwhelming evidence of misconduct. In my opinion, Mr. Marcus is fearful of any litigation which may result in making a determination that Khatib lied under oath in order to win a discrimination lawsuit. Mr. Marcus has argued that when my lawsuit was dismissed at summary judgment, the issue was resolved. However, the judge in our case made no determination whether Khatib lied under oath or not. The case was dismissed based on me not being able to prove the decision to terminate my employment was based on discrimination, not whether the information Khatib relied on to dismiss me was in any way truthful or not. As an example, I have brought with me a document that proves Khatib misrepresented the truth to the public from the very start. Khatib alleged publicly that he did not have the knowledge to take any action against former Sergeant Sarna until 2011. This document that I have clearly shows Khatib has specific knowledge about Sergeant Sarna's possible misconduct as early as 2010 and took no action even though he was captain in charge of internal affairs at the time. Khatib then deliberately withheld critical details of that knowledge from former Chief Ron Olin. Khatib initially disciplined me for not coming forward with information about the possible relationship with Sarna and former KU employee Rodney Jones. However, this document clearly shows that Khatib was aware that I could have provided information in 2010. However, he decided to discipline me 2 years later in 2012, knowing the whole time that I could have helped in the investigation from the very beginning. Furthermore, Khatib was my direct supervisor in 2010 and could have simply asked me what information I could have provided. Instead, he blamed me for not coming forward when the facts show he had more specific knowledge of the relationship and failed in his duty to report what he knew to Chief Ron Olin, the city manager, and the city commission. Khatib simply did not have the courage to admit that he could have taken action and used me as a scapegoat to cover up his own failures. My goal here tonight is to begin the process of clearing my name and to let the public make their own determination on whether Khatib misrepresented the truth. I trust that the evidence will clearly show that Khatib failed in his duty to tell the truth.
Thank you, Michael.
And I do have copies for you if you'd like, or for anybody else in the public who would like to read the document that has possible evidence of any misconduct. be outside in the lobby.
Any other public comment?
Yes, I will start my comments by thanking the commission by having so many different items on here that I can take in one shot.
Convenience.
Based on, again, I didn't expect this public comment part, and I think that based on what I just heard here, I think this commission certainly ought to take a stance, take a deep breath, and step back and find out whether or not it needs to bring in outside investigators into this matter to investigate its own police department by the allegations that are being made. One of the things, obviously, with an internal affairs of your own police department, again, it's kind of the who's guarding the chicken house? Is it the fox, or is it the, or you have some kind of protections there? When internal affairs of any police department, not just this one, is in control of its own investigation, you have the potential for bias. You have great political, you have various cultures within organizations, and for this not to be investigated by an outside agency, I think would be a dereliction of duty, frankly. I know this is an old thing, nobody wants to rehash things of this nature, but things got to get sorted out in this matter. There's too many allegations, there's been depositions. I know Mr. Moreau speaks of a federal lawsuit, which I presume there must have been numerous depositions taken, so things had to have been done under oath, so those things are locked down on documents, so that's not going to be something highly difficult to sort through. So I would just recommend as commission that it take a gander at this and see if there's something there. I mean, because frankly, Mr. Moreau, I used to work with him when I was on the police department decades ago now. Unfortunately, it's decades ago. But he's a man of character, integrity, grew up here, supported this city with everything he has. And he's thrown out on the street. How do you protect your name? You go to games, you still live in your community. You go out there, people snicker behind your back, look at you. You got to explain to your kids why people are looking at the way they do. He needs an answer, and this city owes him for all the time and effort he put into protecting the city and his job. There should be an answer to this, and I would encourage this commission, don't listen to the hyperbole of, there could be lawsuits and things like that. He's ran its course, as he just said, for any lawsuits. There's no fear of lawsuits here. This is a determination by this commission of whether or not there's something was afoot that wasn't done correctly back then. So I just encourage the commission to take a fresh look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Any other public comment? All right. So on to the regular agenda. Once again, the public is allowed to speak to any regular agenda item or give public comment after first being recognized by the mayor. Individuals asked to come to the microphone, sign in, and state their name and address. Speakers should address all comments, questions to the commission. So item number 1 is consider the Lawrence Parks and Recreation Department Comprehensive Master Plan, providing goals for the next 10 years.
Mayor, Commissioners, Ernie Shaw, Parks and Recreation. I'm just going to be very quick, repeat a little small part of the agenda memo here just to kind of get this started. After we had a second work session on February 14th, where a final draft of the master plan was presented and discussed with the commission, suggestions were made, and we have made additional changes to the document, and in the memo there was an attachment that showed those changes, both with the past dialogue and the new dialogue and additions that was suggested. We were also asked to produce a multi-year financial analysis of the department's finances, and the city staff did that, and that was also an attachment to the memo. Things that have been discussed before, this master plan will provide a very comprehensive guidance to the Parks and Recreation and to the section of the Horizon 2020, and will offer suggested strategies to the city's strategic plan as it relates to our park and recreation initiatives that we will have coming forward. This must be considered in the context of other city needs, and obviously that's how master plans and that's how our budgets work. And the budget realities, as each annual budget is developed by the city manager and then approved by the city commission. Given this, the projects and staffing levels outlined in this plan will likely change, and that's one of the reasons we kind of refer to it as a roadmap with a lot of hills and curves and roadblocks and even bridges out sometimes. So those things are things that you expect to happen, and that's part of the process you go through. And the course of our planning will change, and of course this must be in sync with the city's strategic plan and the other needs at the time. Just as a side note, it's great. We've had a number of master plans, and we have to have plans, and having those plans and having opportunities that arise sometimes. And one of the recent opportunities is just recently the new economic projects for the CIP that came out. And the Park and Recreation has about $6 million worth of projects, and those are recognized in the master plan and also on our CIP. So having those things and having those recognized and be able to say these are part of a plan and they are ready to go, and having those ready, it was important, and shows the importance of a plan. So why we are here with the changes is to ask for your acceptance of the Lawrence Parks and Recreation Comprehensive Master Plan. So we are open for questions or comments.
Any questions for staff? All right, thank you. Any public comment on this item? Okay, so we'll bring it back to the commission. Any commission concerns?
Did this meet?
Yeah,
Vice Mayor brought it up.
I really appreciate the work that went into the financial analysis. It was, very helpful for me to take, to see what the picture is. I realize there are some limitations with the data, and I think that we're all going to go forward from here, and I'm totally on board with accepting this plan.
I certainly appreciate adding Generation Xers to the plan. It does get irritating being constantly skipped over.
And Ernie, I'm glad to see some of the modifications taken into account our strategic plan and the need for it to kind of coincide and work with that plan. So thank you.
Motion for approval and adoption.
All right,
I move
you're right.
we accept the plan.
Accept the plan.
Okay.
Second.
So motion made by Vice Mayor Boley, seconded by Commissioner Larson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Did you take public comment?
I did take public comment, but no one chose to.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So motion passes unanimous. All right, so
Thank you.
thank you. On to our next item. All right, item number 2, consider authorizing the new consultant-led transit transfer hub location study.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Brandon McGuire, Assistant to the City Manager. Bob Nugent is traveling with members of our Health Department in Washington, D.C. tonight, so I'm filling in for him. I'm going to try to do the best job I can, but got just a kind of a brief summary of the item before you all keep it quick. The item is a request for authorization to initiate a consultant-led study to look at locations for the siting of our transfer hub for the transit operation. We've completed a study. We completed a study in 2014 that looked at this exact same issue. That study identified a number of different locations, feasible locations, but it never resulted in a decision about a permanent location for the transfer hub. There's a number of reasons for that. Some properties were put to a different purpose, a different use. Some properties were taken off the table in negotiation. Some properties just weren't the right fit from a space needs standpoint. Long story short, I think the memo, the agenda report, and the background materials explain all of that. If you have any additional questions about what we've done, what we've looked at, and the work that's gone into this, I'm happy to address those specifically. But where we're at now is that 2014 study is essentially exhausted. We don't have really any other sites that were located or identified in that study that are feasible at this point to move forward with potentially the exception of 21st and Stewart Avenue. And that's around the intersection of 21st and Iowa Streets. When that particular location was presented with a recommendation to go ahead and develop that property back in July of 2015, we received direction from the commission to look at some additional sites, additional locations for potential. We haven't had really any success. We've had a number of starts, but we haven't really seen any of those properties through to completion where we could make a positive recommendation to move forward with any other property. We feel at this point we do need to entertain the idea of going back out for another study, kind of opening it up again, building on the criteria that we've already established in the previous study, but also adding new criteria to help accomplish the goals of this current commission and of the community. We've heard a number of different goals from the commissioners over the past year or two, and I think it's a good opportunity to just restart the process and get some new information to help inform this decision about the permanent location of our transfer hub.
Will you put a copy of the transit report, that 2017 study analysis, whatever you wish to call it, in my box upstairs?
Oh, yeah.
I was going to just print it out myself, but I see it's 151 pages.
150 pages, yeah.
Thank you. Any questions for staff?
Mayor, I have one. Brandon, I noticed on the workday or April 11th meeting, our work session.
Right.
We're having discussion at that point about the transit transfer station. I got an idea. Before we spend any more money on a study, I think it would be important for this commission to have the discussion of where we want to go before we send the staff on a wild goose chase. I don't feel very comfortable about spending another penny right now.
Right. Just a correction on that comment. That the April, I think 18th, or no, the
Whatever
April
it is.
work session.
11th,
Yeah, the work session.
No, it's the April 18th meeting. I apologize. April 18th meeting.
Well, whatever it is.
We've scheduled the comprehensive operational analysis presentation. So that's an analysis that was recently completed, and it as Mayor Soden referenced, it provides a whole list of recommendations for ways that we can improve our transit system. And so it looks at the whole operation. One of the key points made through that study, or made in that study, is again the need for a permanent location for the hub. The only concern I have about delaying this particular study is that we've identified funding. We've been appropriated funding for this study through the MPO's work plan, which was recently amended. So we have $50,000. $40,000 comes from federal funding. $10,000 comes from the city budget.
Is there a time frame on the expenditure of that?
There is, yeah. If we
And
don't
like
spend
today's
that by
the deadline?
If we don't spend that funding by the end of the year, then it,
I'm talking about like 2 weeks.
well, I am not confident that we can spend the money by the end of the year if we wait 2 weeks. I can ask Jessica Mortinger to come up and kind of walk you through the process if you like. But we won't be able to spend that funding probably by the end of the year.
For a study?
Right. Yeah. You want to talk about that, Jessica?
So our time frame to spend the consolidated planning grant funding has to be by the end of the year, otherwise it gets clawed back by KDOT. It's not available to us. We have a public process that we have to follow, considering that it's federal money, with procurement to post and to hire a consultant, which could take up to a month long. So the more delay that we have in that process, the shorter the time frame we basically have to spend that funding. It's not impossible, but it becomes more and more unrealistic with the other staff commitments that the MPO staff has in terms of the other projects we're going out to bid for and all the work that we're going to be engaging in our work program this year.
So is there a way to get to the commissioner's perspective if we were to proceed now, and at this meeting, there's a conversation that comes up about maybe a change in direction? Can we add to the scope? Can we kind of work with that consultant at that point to maybe go in a bit of a different direction?
Or can we not do the
Yeah.
scope?
Or how about if we decide amongst this group that there's a site that's already out there and we give specific direction? Maybe we ought to go that way.
Yeah,
And we don't even do this at all.
that would be an option if you identified a site that you would want to explore. The other option too is we could begin to proceed in this process. We won't have a contract signed by April. You could always decide not.
That's the point I'm
We could at
making.
that point decide not to sign a contract if we at least have begun that process. We can also then negotiate a scope. We'll just have to make sure that it goes through our legal approvals and with our KDOT partners in terms of if we're changing things in the middle of the game and if they require us then to repost it or not, depending on how much change happens in the process.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just not comfortable in authorizing additional money. We've done two
No.
studies, and we obviously don't have a handle on, at least we don't, as a commission, don't have a handle on what the transit situation is comprehensively. I'm just really,
Can I
sure.
add a thought to that? The comprehensive operational analysis is not going to, it doesn't recommend any changes to the way that our system is designed and operated. Well, to the way it's operated, but not the way it's designed. We're not talking about switching from a hub and spoke system to a grid system. We're talking about retooling, tweaking, adding efficiencies, also looking at things like potentially our Nightline service or paratransit, looking for partnerships that might help us do that a little bit more cost effectively. So we're absolutely not talking about a comprehensive overhaul or change to our transit system, where the COA looks at opportunities that we have to improve and to improve the effectiveness and the efficiency of the system. So at the end of the day, we still absolutely, to run an effective operation, we need to have a permanent location for our transfer hub. And that's a central point made in the comprehensive operational analysis.
So Brandon, how much, excuse me, Mayor, how much money have we spent so far on studies to find a location of a transit hub?
Jessica, what was the?
I believe the first location study that was initiated spent about $60,000, and that was all local money that was spent, that was transit funding to spend. The operations analysis didn't explore transit center location. It's a separate operation analysis that transit systems often do every 5 to 10 years to look at their systems. So the hub study was just a $60,000.
That was in 2014. What about the 2012? Said a transit transfer center location analysis was conducted in 2012.
I think, is that in the memo?
Yeah, it's in your memo.
I think that may have been a typo. I think we began discussing having that study in 2012, but it was completed in 2014.
I think that at some point we did have some add-on scope.
You were looking at designing some amenities on some site, and I think they added some additional costs on because they were
Yes.
looking at site design, but I don't know how much was it.
Right, I can't recall that either. the exact amount.
And additionally, we did a traffic impact study on the intersection of 9th and Iowa and on the intersection neighborhood around 21st and Stewart Avenue as well.
So there's only been one study done on the hub?
Right. There was one study done on the transfer hub location issue, but then there was the additional traffic impact study that was completed as well. I don't have that number off the top of my head, the cost of the traffic impact study, but I'll look that up and forward it on to you.
Any other questions for staff?
So it seems like the study that we've already paid for was specific to finding a location. It was not specific to the question of whether or not the hub is the model we need to follow. Do we have any outside analysis that says a transfer hub is necessary to the workings of our transit system?
Yeah, the comprehensive operational analysis that you'll be presented with, and it's already gone before the MPO as well. It addresses that particular issue. And that's, our system was designed 16 years ago as a hub and spoke system because that's truly the most cost-effective fixed route system that we can provide in our community. I think since then, though, obviously in the last year, transportation network companies, which most people know as Uber and Lyft, have come to Kansas and have come to Lawrence. That's a rapidly evolving industry, and it's shaking up public transit. So that's for an example of something that's really changed since we started in 2000. So I think there's opportunities to look at improving the service level and maximizing the economy of the investment that we make in our public transit system. But in terms of making a wholesale change, for example, from a hub and spoke to a grid system, that's not going to be a cost-effective operation for this community. Making a wholesale change to a grid system, for example, you're going to need to double the service time from a 30-minute increment to a 15-minute increment. So theoretically, you're going to go from a $6 million operational budget every year to a $12 million budget every year. And I think that's supported by the comprehensive operational analysis.
It sounds as if the criteria are different for going forward than they were for the 2014 study. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Right. Well, we would want the consultant, if the study is initiated, we want the consultant to engage the commission, engage stakeholders to build on the criteria from the last study and identify new criteria. We've heard from this body in particular, a destination-based location. Maybe that's downtown, maybe that's Clinton Parkway, 23rd in Iowa, maybe that's some other destination. So that's criteria. I think there's a number of different criteria from the customer perspective, from the rider perspective, maybe even from the business community or the employer's perspective that didn't really factor into the previous study. The previous study really focused on operational efficiency, and that's why you got kind of that zoned in range right around 19th in Iowa. And it makes, to be honest, it makes a heck of a lot of sense for the operation. That is where the most efficient location is going to be to make hard transfers. But that may not be palatable. I think what we're hearing is that's not really the preference of this commission or the community. So if we're going to really open it up, then I think we do need to bring in some outside analysis to help us inform that decision process.
One of the things you might be looking at is where is the highest density area residential for the community, things like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But yeah, we would want the consultant to come and engage the commission and really flesh out the new criteria.
One thing that, I should say one of the reasons that I would vote no on this expenditure is I believe that one of the problems with our current search quest to find a hub is it's putting it into already congested areas for traffic. So I would like to see us look more at perhaps a dual hub where we have, keep the one downtown because I think that's very popular, but also put one somewhere else, maybe west or south of the city for routes to connect to, because to me it seems like having most of the routes connect in downtown is just adding to congestion downtown, and not everyone wants to go downtown. So that's one of the reasons that I'll be voting no. But also, I really feel like, I'm an Uber driver. I don't drive that often, truthfully, but I'll quit Uber if I have to. But one of the things that I found really intriguing is the way that Uber is partnering, with transit systems to really help cities with their more difficult, routes, like you mentioned, the night routes. So that's something I feel like we should have them come in before we really start progressing down the path further to just one hub, because I think that they would really have some interesting ideas as to what we could do, you know, just to really, I feel like we need to zoom out to the big picture again of these things. So I just thought I'd explain those things.
Right. And one last point I wanted to make, I missed this earlier. Things like, I think your point about maybe a east side or west side transfer, running circulator routes on the periphery, for example, maybe East Hills and Venture Park when that builds out, or, you know, on the west side, developing, you know, making the $400,000 to $500,000 capital investment in a bus to support that, or multiple buses. And it is, those decisions and those system tweaks are driven by the location of the transfer hub, because it's all an issue of timing, right? And then the other thing that I think we need to point out is that permanent amenities in the field along routes, like enclosed shelters and that sort of thing, those are also driven by the location of the hub. Right now, we do have shelters in the field, but a lot of our stops, you know, the stop next to my apartment has moved a couple times over the couple years that we've lived there, because it's not a permanent location. The routes are getting tweaked, and so when we have the permanent location, the core of our transit operation, then we can really start building out the physical amenities on a more permanent basis.
You did remind me that I didn't mention that I also feel as though whatever hub or transfer system we have doesn't necessarily need, you know, a really large building. I think it needs bathrooms and perhaps some shelter against the weather, but I just want to point that out.
Right. Yeah, we've talked, you know, Bob Nugent, you know, he'll tell you he can run a hub with a platform and a covering and you know, maybe a couple restrooms, as long as it supports the function of the transfer. Any other questions I can
Any other questions
answer?
for staff? All right, any public comment on this item?
Gary Weber, Gary Weber, 907 Merle Court. I came here to talk to you about sidewalks, but I can't help saying one thing real quickly about the transit hub. I'm a bus user. I use it all the time. I'm a walker. I walk and use the bus. It's really critical, and it's an awesome system. We're so lucky to have this bus system. It's really, really excellent. But it suffers because it doesn't have a good hub. Downtown's the worst location. It's not the worst. It's a bad location for the hub. It's not central. It's congested. It's great for people who want to go downtown, but everybody else suffers. You've got to have a good transit hub. Every study they've done, everybody they ask tells them you've got to have a good centrally located transit hub. I think part of the problem is that there's this opinion in the neighborhoods that it's not in our neighborhood. I'm the vice president of Sunset Hill Neighborhood Association, and I'm sick and tired of hearing neighborhoods say, it's not in my neighborhood. You can't just think about your streets and your neighborhood when you have something that's so critical to the city as a whole. You have to be willing to compromise. So I think that this study is really critical to find a good centralized location, and I think once it's done and we have some good options, the neighborhoods need to look at each other and say, well, it's not so great for our neighborhood, it's a little bit more congested than we like it to be, but gee, we really need this transit hub, we'll make it work. And quit trying to think of each neighborhood as some kind of sole entity that's fighting everybody else. We need to work together to have a good bus system. And we need to study in order to find out where that transit hub needs to be. Everything's kind of on hold until the transit hub happens. New shelters, good routes, good timing, efficient timing, all those things are on hold until we find a good centrally located transit hub. So I encourage you to fund this study. It's not very much. It's a relatively small amount of money. We're getting a lot of help, federal help. So I'd like to see you fund this study.
Thank you, Gary. Any other public comment?
Evening, Mayor Soden and Commission. My name is Mike Wazakowski.
So I'm an operations research analyst by trade. So my trade is to look at problems and try to figure out how to solve them. And one of the issues that I've seen with the transit system, I agree, is need for a permanent transfer station. But when I look at comparable cities to Lawrence that have relatively modest populations with not so dense population spread across a decent area, comparable cities like Bellingham, Washington, they tend to use a multi-hub system to maximize their participation in the transit system. And Bellingham is one example of a city that has higher per capita ridership of their bus system than Lawrence does. There are plenty of other cities like this that follow the same system. For example, Champaign, Illinois. They're a college town that has a modest population that's spread across a decent area. And I think that if you would consider approving this study, that you should consider expanding the scope to look at multiple transfer stations, potentially also keeping the downtown location and locating another hub in another location that would ease up the congestion in downtown area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Any other public comment? I was wondering if our city manager was going to have public comment. Any other public comment? All right, go ahead, Brandon.
Mayor, if it's any help, I believe we could write the RFP to solicit the consultants to look at like a multi-hub system.
That would be great.
And I also wanted to point out, in a way, we sort of do have something kind of like that with our partnership with KU. They run their circulator routes, and it's almost like we do have a hub down there already at the Park and Ride for their routes.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, so we'll bring it back to the commission. Well, if we expand the scope to multiple hubs, I wasn't counting KU, so I guess that would be 3. I'm up to 3 now. I would be in favor of the study. Any other commission comment?
Yeah, I do think the question that's asked by the study is vital to my approval of it, I suppose. I guess what I'm trying to avoid is paying $50,000 to republish the same study we paid $60,000 to publish 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like a colossal waste of money.
Did the study just focus on one hub? The previous study, was it limited to that?
It was one site.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would say that the previous study was really looking at one space in terms of with the spatial requirements and the criteria to operate a hub out of, recognizing that there are still going to be some hard transfers happening at other places, not just at your central hub in terms of how your system functions, particularly with the university and the stuff that's happening in terms of route frequency down south also. But it's really not a big scope change to ask them to say, if we don't operate just one location, how could we make multiple locations function as a space where we still develop maybe one with restrooms and an awning for hard transfers, but we have these other spaces that have additional amenities.
Yeah, because we have, obviously a big transfer point at 31st and Iowa. All right, any other commission discussion?
I'm concerned about doing this study without having the advantage of hearing the entire transit's transfer discussion, which is on the agenda on 411. I don't know why this was reversed. I mean, why are we doing the study now? Asking to do the study now under the guise that if we don't spend it, we don't put it out for bid right now, then we might not be able to spend it by the end of the year. I don't like to be backed into a corner like that, and I find that real concerning that staff has brought that now and saying, oh, we'll talk about it 2 weeks from now. So right now, based on that, I don't really want to support it without hearing more about the transfer site discussion.
I've said my piece. It's 50 grand. I don't think we need to spend. I think we sit down, we pick a site and build the thing. I mean, we can study it to death. We can buy all the study we want, but, we can do whatever.
But apparently there's going to be a discussion on the 11th about the transfer site.
Yeah, why is it that if we have till the end of 2017 why would deferring that until after the 11th kill our ability to spend the money with 8 months left in the year?
And couldn't we put a requirement on the RFP that they have to be done by December 24th or whatever it would be? Can't you put a deadline on it?
Yeah, we can put a deadline on it. The tighter the timeline is that we put on it, potentially the higher the cost. We only have $50,000 allocated for the study. Again, I do want to emphasize that we won't execute contracts until after the comprehensive operational analysis is presented. I believe we're about ready to go with the RFP. We've got a draft, and we'll incorporate your revisions if you authorize us to initiate that. But that would need to be advertised for a minimum of 14 days. And then there would be a review process that would go into that before we'd even be ready to execute any contracts.
I guess what I'm hearing is we could pull the plug on it after the April, whatever date, if we wanted to.
Right, I think at that meeting, I mean, we do want to spend the federal funding that we get. So I don't know if that really wouldn't allow us any time to shift that funding over to a different type of.
Is there a reason
purpose.
that it's just been brought to us tonight to ask for the study, why it wasn't brought a month ago?
The amendment was made, what was it, February 23rd?
So we just had,
Come on up to the microphone. Thank you, Jessica.
We had some limitations. In order to spend any of this federal funding, it has to go through an MPO process. So every time that you amend our work program to spend any of our MPO funding for consolidated planning grant funding, you have a 14-day public comment period where you have to publish that. You have to go to a technical advisory committee meeting and then the MPO policy board meeting. So you're talking about a month-and-a-half process that we have on the front end just to get something approved in a budget. So March 3rd was the first time that we got the approved budget back from our state and federal partners, where we knew that we had the authorization from them to proceed with this study in terms of as part of our budget program for the year. And so then it was just a matter of timing with all of our issues in terms of finding an agenda.
From last year's money, okay? That was going to be done separate from a transit hub study. The money that we're proposing for the transit hub study is new money that we just found out about. So that's advising the timing of it. We didn't have in our work program this year to do a transit hub study because we didn't have the funding for it, the federal dollars for it. So it's a bit of a timing coincidence that we're here tonight and that the transportation operations analysis just ended out of last year's work, and it was going to be presented to you as we wrapped that up and just took it to the MPO for their approval. So it was time to present that to you. At the same time, we were determining what to do with this new money that we learned about. This rose to the top of the priority list because we understood that the commission wanted to maybe could use the study to guide it for a transit hub location. And so that's why it feels like we're pinching you on the timing of it, but it's really just a matter of coincidence on how these things work through the federal grant process and the work plan of the MPO. And also in your April meeting, if I'm hearing the discussion right, was intended to be a presentation of the just recently completed operations analysis study. It sounds like you're wanting to have a discussion of both, receive that presentation and talk about the transit hub. I don't think it was our intention to present the transit hub or even ask you to decide anything about the transit hub, because we see it really as two separate issues altogether. Even if we had agreed on the transit hub years ago, we still would want to, every 5 or 10 years, do a comprehensive transit operations analysis to advise the transit manager of where efficiencies could be taken up in the transit operations.
Well, it says right here on the memorandum from Tom Marcus to the City Commission that it says right out, a transit transfer site discussion. Doesn't say anything about operations. It says transit transfer site discussion.
That's the only reason I brought it up, Scott, is that we could have this discussion at that time.
And we certainly could. We certainly could. And I think what we're advising you today is if you give us the ability to go ahead and release the RFP, that gives us the ability to get it done this year with the money constraints that we have from the federal grant. But then if you decide at whatever point that you've got enough information to make a decision on the location, we can stop our work on the transit study.
Mayor, if I might make a suggestion, I think with regard to timing, what I would suggest is, given your direction on what the scope in the RFP might be this evening, to let us go ahead and release the RFP, and then with the discussions in April, if there will be time, because as we select a consultant, we always put together a contract with the scope of services. There will be an opportunity then for us to adjust the scope, however you all feel may be appropriate. If there's some new information based on the April meeting that you feel that we need to incorporate, I think we can be more narrow or more broad or whatever you feel like we need to do in the final scope, so we could bring that agreement back to you. That would allow the timing to proceed to go ahead and open it up for us to get some proposals from consultants and then bring that back.
We could bring that agreement back, in the final draft of the agreement. We need to do that, in a pretty expedited way, in order to meet the timeline. But I think it would be maybe helpful to present the scope of services to you before we would proceed. I wanted to just follow up, Larson. What you're looking at is the memo that I pulled up. This is not a discussion. What this is a presentation on broader facility needs. And obviously, the transit transfer hub is a future facility need. We wanted to provide the context of kind of all of our big facility items at the same time that we present the CIP, the Capital Improvement Program. And so we have needs in police, public works, utilities, parks and rec, and transit as well. We'll be hearing, you'll hear a little bit more about some of our facility needs, particularly on the maintenance side of the operation with the solid waste item that's coming up later on the agenda. But that's what this item is. It's not a discussion about location.
So it's not operational? Like, you said it
And
was going to be an operational?
Right.
It's not?
No, it's not going to be a discussion of the transit operation.
You just said it was going to be.
That's the 18th. That's
On the
Two different April
18th, yeah. On the 18th, then, we have,
That's a discussion, quite frankly, the one that you're looking at on April 11th is a discussion that follows the strategic plan item where you talked about facilities. And that lumped it into that facility discussion. The operational discussion is occurring at the other meeting. What date was the other meeting?
It's the next meeting, the 18th.
yeah, the 18th. And that,
It's on there? I don't see it on the future agenda items.
I just think it's left off.
It says Eagle Bend renovation.
it may have been, yeah, it probably got left off of that particular memo. It's on our internal tracking memo. So I apologize for the confusion. And I did want to point out that the comprehensive operational analysis, and I appreciate Scott kind of explaining the timing of that and the purpose of that. But this is a report that's it's available on the website, and it's been up for several weeks now. It was complete back in January, so the full report is available. It's very informative, but if you review it, it'll show the technical nature of the report, and it's just good practice for any operation. We do that with all of our operations. The water utilities, for example, just recently completed a similar operational analysis. A lot of times, these things are just kept internal, but we thought it would be a great idea since, this is a big issue, and obviously there's an election coming up regarding the future funding in the not-so-distant future, and so we thought it would be a good opportunity to talk about the full operation and what we're doing and what we're looking at tweaking internally over the next couple of years.
Well, it sounds like what I'm hearing from the commission is that they might be more comfortable perhaps deferring this item to April 18th. Is that what I'm hearing from y'all?
I would like to hear about the operational study. analysis.
I mean, the only other way that you can do it is allow staff to proceed, as was suggested by the assistant city manager, to go ahead with the RFP, but we can add an additional item on one of our agendas to have this discussion, you know, to go ahead and talk about, you know, this site selection stuff as a separate part of the deal.
Well, if we approve it, is it letting the
We're not
horse out of the
approving-
barn?
Well, you know, we can stop that at any time, I suppose. I mean, you know, if the commission.
Yeah, the RFP doesn't spend the
It
money.
doesn't spend any money, but, you know, I just don't want to give the intention that that's what we're going to do until we have this discussion, and I think it kind of does that.
One of the things, and, you know, maybe I'm picking at details here, but I would really like to see as we analyze that what we get back from the RFP, it would seem that 3 years ago, the company we went with for the study was presumably the low bidder. And so I wouldn't think it would be that unbelievable to imagine that 3 years from now, they're going to also be the low bidder. I would like to see us be a little bit more discriminatory in terms of who we go with, because if we are going to put $50,000 into another set of eyes looking at this, it doesn't make any sense to have it be the exact same set of eyes that have already looked at this.
Right.
And so, I mean, that would be a particularly large waste of money if we have two studies from the exact same body 3 years apart.
You just cut and paste the report.
Right.
Our process on these are qualitative, so we don't have to take the low bid. Oftentimes, we look at what their pricing is, but we are looking really at their qualifications to do the work.
All right, so I guess if someone would like to make a motion to go ahead and continue with the RFP, I would accept that.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Okay, so motion made by Vice Mayor Boley, seconded by Commissioner Herbert. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Nay.
Nay.
So that's 3-2. Sherry, do I need to yell out to people's names that voted yes?
I've got it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so motion passes. All right, so let's take a quick 5-minute break, and
Mayor,
then we'll come back.
to
Yes,
end-
please.
To end this item, do we want to set a date to have a discussion about some of the site selection prior to this, or add it onto our work session somehow
To
on
the
the
11th?
11th?
Can we add it on the work session?
Yeah,
I think it's on the 11th.
Yeah. let's-
it is on the 11th.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
we'll take that.
Okay.
I would not advise doing it on the 11th. I'd advise doing it with the comprehensive operational analysis on the 18th.
On the 18th.
You're going to do a full CIP, so that can be pretty well.
Well, what I was thinking is that you have this on the website, the operational plan, you have an opportunity to look at. You just went through the last hub study as to location for that. You all have some views about what your location might be. I think you can interject those to us at the 11th, and you can have a repeat performance at the 18th when the consultant is here for the operational analysis. But that would give us an opportunity to hear what your thoughts are about the hub, get it to the consultant so the consultant can have that ready to discuss at the 18th as well.
Does that sound acceptable to everyone?
Sure.
Okay, well, let's break for 5 minutes. All right, we got everyone back. Let's continue onward. So we are now on item number 3. Conduct a public hearing regarding blighted conditions of the property located at 3724 Stetson Drive and consider adopting resolution number 7194, which requires the occupant of the property to abate the cited property maintenance code violations within 20 days of adoption, and further direct city staff to abate the violations if the occupant fails to abate as ordered.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I have 2 items tonight, item 3 and item 4. I'll try to be really brief on both of these. They're
Are
very-
you talking about them at the same time?
No, they'll be separate.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just give you a general summary. They're both very similar, both same type of code violations, same type of resolutions, but we'll do the hearing for this one, close it.
Let's do the discussion separate too, please.
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
So starting off with, this item is 3724 Stetson. On the memo that you have, we gave a pretty good summary description of what we got going on there. In a short summary, we have blighted yard conditions, a violation of section 302.10 of the city's adopted property maintenance code. We worked with this individual, Mr. Bob Four, who's the occupant, he's not the owner, as described in the memo. He did pull me out earlier tonight and spoke to me briefly. He chose not to attend tonight. And he also has never denied that he's in violation. We also have a pending court case through municipal court against him as well. At the time of the writing of this memo, his court date was going to happen the following Monday. He's been continued again until April the 10th. Our resolution 7194 also has a deadline of April the 10th to correct the violations. He assured me out in the atrium that he will once and for all clean up the property to our satisfaction, and was kind of stunned that we had to go this far this time with this action. We've been working with him quite extensive from a staff workload standpoint, and if you adopt the resolution as it's written tonight, he would have 20 days from the adoption of today's date to clean the property up. At that time, if he didn't, then we would go do it for him. We don't take too many of these before you, because we like to think that a court proceeding will get someone's attention. Unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't always work that way, and we have to go this route. So you have pictures that were taken on 2 separate occasions. I also visited the properties today late in the afternoon. I was a little late to attach those to update the agenda. However, I can assure you that minus a few items here and there, the property conditions are almost identical as they were in the last time that we visited. So I'll stand for questions.
Any questions for staff? Okay, so do we open the public hearing regardless if we continue the item? We do go ahead and have the public hearing, right?
Well, you open the public hearing. What we're asking for tonight is the adoption of that resolution, which would then set his deadline that's established in the resolution.
Okay.
And then obviously you take public comment as well.
Okay, so we'll open the public hearing. Would you like to make a motion?
Motion to open public hearing.
Second.
Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Amix, seconded by Commissioner Larson to open the public hearing. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? So the public hearing is now open. Is there any public comments about this item? All right.
Motion to
So-
close the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you. So motion made by Commissioner Amix, seconded by Commissioner Herbert to close the public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? So motion passes unanimously. All right, commission discussion.
Mayor Bryan's absolutely right. There hasn't been a whole lot of change on the property, especially from the 2 different dates. You know, obviously from the times the pictures was taken, but somebody who goes by that property quite a bit, it has been something that's kind of built up over time, probably. I know that with Bryan's encouragement, but, nothing seemed to change, but now the action, is an absolute. We need to go ahead and proceed with this.
Any other commission discussion?
I'd make a motion if you're ready to adopt resolution number 7194.
Second.
All right, so motion made to adopt resolution number 7194, which requires the occupant of the property to abate the cited property maintenance code violations within 20 days of adoption, and further directs city staff to abate the violations if the occupant fails to abate as ordered. All right, so we already have a second. So did I say that? Or did I just?
I said.
Okay. Did I say that for Sherry? I heard the motion. Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Amick, seconded by Vice Mayor Boley. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion passes unanimous. No wonder that felt wrong. All right, so number 4, we got something similar with 1728 Barker Avenue, and I believe.
Yeah, and I'm going to recuse myself from this item.
That's why I wanted to make sure the discussion was separate.
Yes.
All right, so please continue on.
Okay, before, a very similar situation, Mayor. This item involves the property at 1728 Barker. Same type of situation. We sent a notice of violation to the owner occupant of this structure. This owner occupant was found guilty in municipal court back in early December. Was given jail time, suspended, and ordered to abate the conditions. I met with the city prosecutor a month or two later, advised that they had not completed their obligations as the court directed, and that person is now going back before municipal court on April 3rd, and at that point there may be revocation of his probation and possibly have this person serve jail time. As mentioned in the previous item, unfortunately, we have to get to that point sometimes where not only do we file a complaint through court, we end up here before you. The items that were shown in the pictures on the 2 dates that we were taken, the only significant change I saw this afternoon was the black SUV that was wrecked has been removed from the property. There appears to be some minor cleanup. As with the first case, I would anticipate us talking to the owner additionally to persuade them to comply with the resolution and work with them to come to a resolution to hopefully where we don't have to go in and abate the conditions. So we ask that you would also adopt resolution 7195 tonight, giving the owner 20 days from the date of the adoption to abate the violations.
Any questions for staff? All right, so I'll take a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
So motion made by Commissioner Amick, seconded by Commissioner Herbert. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimous. So the public hearing is now open. Do we have any people that would like to speak about this issue? Is Mr. Stanley Ross here? Okay. Anyone would like to speak? Okay, so anyone want to move to close?
So moved.
Second.
So motion made by Commissioner Amick to close the public hearing, seconded by Commissioner Herbert. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimous. All right, so
Let's go get Lisa.
commission discussion?
I don't think there's any much to discuss here. I think, we've probably been more than fair time-wise and to get this cleaned up, so. Mayor, I'd make a motion that we adopt resolution number 7195.
Okay. So motion made by Commissioner Amick, seconded by Vice Mayor Boley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimous. All right, Lisa, come back out here. So now we're on to number 5, which is consider awarding bid number B1700 for the solid waste facility Phase 2 at 2215 Kresge. That's how you pronounce it, right? Kresge Road. In the amount of $2,994,853, 89 cents to First Construction, which includes no alternates. Does that mean no alternate bids? No alternates?
It means when we had the base bid, there were additions that if we got really low bids, the want list that we would have added on, we didn't get as low bids as we hoped, so we don't have the add-ons.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
So you identified different things that might be optional instead of putting them in the base bid, and those are referred to as alternates, and then all that's being suggested is we didn't go after any of the alternates.
Okay, thank you.
You ready for me?
Yes, ma'am.
Tammy Bennett, Assistant Director of Public Works, and I'm back before you tonight, this evening, to consider awarding the bid for the solid waste facility Phase 2 to First Construction in the amount of $2,994,000. You just read that. So as you know, we've been working on this project for a really long time, or what feels like a long time. After going through many different property options, we were able to purchase this tract in December 2013, January 2014. The most critical timing factor for at that point was the relocation of the Douglas County Public Works Facility, which required the relocation of our household hazardous waste building. We completed a site plan in 2014. Phase 1 of this project was completed in 2015, where we did site development for the whole property and constructed the household hazardous waste program. That part of the project was $1.4 million. The household hazardous waste program or building is a KDHE permitted facility. We received about $180,000 in grant funding to complete that portion. Phase 2 constructs the operation facility where we can consolidate all the solid waste operations, so our staff, our trucks, our container maintenance, etc. It'll give us adequate restroom facilities, which we're pretty excited about, some locker rooms, and a dual purpose office section that's currently there will become the new locker rooms. Also constructs a canopy over 2 rows of our parking. There are a lot of operational efficiencies compared to the current situation. We anticipate better ability to share resources within our division. Within the unique division of solid waste, we'll have better staff coverage. Generally, we can utilize staff much more nimble way between operations, which is currently at 11th and Haskell, and our maintenance component, which is currently in North Lawrence. And the improvements will allow us the ability to expand our HHW program, we believe, to include some non-appointment times, which has been feedback we've gotten frequently. It also puts operations in a great spot to access north, south, east, and west without going through residential neighborhood. So we received bids on February 28th for the facility. We received 4 bids. First Construction was the low bid at the $2.994 million. The bid exceeded what was planned in the CIP by approximately 10%. The division will use available funding in our solid waste construction fund of about $262,000, and will transfer an additional $332,000 to cover some the other professional services, all the inspections, furnishings for the building. So we've got the cash funding available with your approval. So as an alternative, and to make sure that we were as transparent as possible, the commission could delay awarding the bid. There are significant facility needs in other public works operations, in water, wastewater, and parks and recreation, and I believe the departments will be presenting a coordinated CIP request to address those other needs during the CIP budget process for 2018-2022, and Brandon or Chuck may be able to speak to that preliminary concept a little more thoroughly if you would like to talk about that. Other than that, the action before you tonight is to accept the bids for the solid waste facility Phase 2, and I will take questions if you have them.
Before we get too far in the questions here, I did just want to point out that one thing that I'm going to do is to delay the discussion until we have our major facilities conversation. So I just wanted to let everyone know that and know that that option is available now to us, as Tammy pointed out. Any questions for staff?
Mayor, I appreciate you saying that. I think that's an absolute. Something the city manager said several months ago is, as we look at, the total package of all these projects that we have, something you had talked about, we should have given a greater worldwide, global look at, where these things really are. And it doesn't hurt to slow down on some of these things if we really need to. So your idea of having that discussion is recommended to the staff and all. I think it's very good, so.
All right, well, that's 2 people that's in favor of delaying. Is anyone else in favor of delaying? Okay.
A more global look at things, which is what we're planning on doing on the 11th, apparently.
Yes. I would say that for the very same reasons that Ms. Bennett suggests, that there's operational efficiencies within that particular division of the Public Works Department, that some of those same operational efficiencies can accrue to the balance of the Public Works divisions, as well as utilities and to some extent to Parks and Rec, which we had a discussion about and kind of decided that some of those are more proximity, probably efficient to have those closer to some of their more routine types of operational things. But one of the things that I think, and this isn't something that's just going to happen overnight. I've said recently that it's okay to overbuy the property as long as you don't overbuild the facilities and that you grow into the facilities. So there's kind of this concept where you develop a campus effect. And so you set aside the land, you do a master plan for the public works facilities, and so that those facilities you grow into over a long period of time. And so the place you don't want to cheat yourself is making sure that you have enough room to grow, which means acquiring the land. All you have to do is go and look at our public works facilities to know that they're really not satisfactory. And if you get the chance, compare them to the new county public works facility. And as you know, the taxpayers in Lawrence are the majority taxpayer in the county, so you should take great pride in that facility. I think we lost an opportunity, though, when that facility was built, not to have tag teamed with them and built a facility to serve all. But that's behind us now, and I don't know that the property around it kind of suits itself to do that. But we do have some existing parcels in the city's land inventory. I'd like to make sure that we have the potential to expand on those parcels so that we do have the room to grow. But I'll just give you an example. There's 3 things. For example, one of the big costs that they're looking at for this facility up north of 70 is that they would need a gas facility up there. And I know at least one commissioner is very concerned about overbuilding gas facilities, especially underground storage tanks. And so if you can consolidate those types of uses, wash bays are very common in public works operation. So you could have one set of wash bays to serve all the divisions and maybe utility. And the mechanics area, I think you want to have that kind of proximity. So those are some of the kind of conversations we're having. Obviously, this got ahead of us in terms of when the manager transition occurred, and so I'm kind of bringing maybe a different look to this issue, and I have to give Tammy and Chuck and the staff in Public Works a lot of credit for at least being willing to consider that. I think the opportunity creates itself to kind of delay the decision when we receive bids that were higher than what was estimated, so maybe somebody else is trying to tell us that maybe this is the time to take a look at it.
Well,
And then it's
before we get too far into this conversation, because I feel like we're already at April 11th right now, so let's save the rest for that day.
I just wanted to make sure the public understood what we were doing.
Yes, definitely. Okay, so I hear 3 people. I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to delay awarding bid number B 1700 for the Public Works Solid Waste Facility Phase 2 and consider solid waste. Did I skip public comment?
Yeah.
If we delay it, we need to do public comment?
Well, somebody may have a question about why delay.
I think
I
on a motion,
Is
you
there any
probably
public
still want
comment? I know I just tried to skip it. All right, so.
That's what I did last week, Leslie.
We're going to, I'm trying to speed this along too much. So I'm going to make the motion to delay awarding bid number B 1700 for the Public Works Solid Waste Facility Phase 2 and consider solid waste facility needs as part of the 2018-2022 Capital Improvement Program. Is there a second?
Second.
So motion made by Mayor Soden, seconded by Commissioner Larson. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. Thank you. Thank you for being patient. All right, so now we're on to our last agenda item. Consider adopting City Administrative Policy 117 related to sidewalk hazard maintenance and repair, requiring the adjacent property owner to make the necessary sidewalk repair to eliminate identified hazards as set forth in City Code 16-105.
Got to make sure the table is the right height for my reading glasses, sorry. I'll wait for the mayor to come back.
You were waiting on me, weren't you?
Sure.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mark, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Mark Teal, I'm the Assistant Public Works Director. And I'm going to be brief tonight because I know there's probably a lot of questions surrounding this policy, but it is an important topic, so I want to make sure that I cover some of the finer points of the policy as we talk about this tonight. In your action at the end of this item is to adopt Administrative Policy 117, which is the Sidewalk Hazard Repair Program. So a little bit about the background of why we're here today. In 2016, the Bicycle Pedestrian Task Force had recommended to the Commission as one of 8 recommendations is that they undertake looking at maintaining the sidewalk infrastructure throughout our community. And as a result of that recommendation, you all directed city staff to come up with an administrative policy that actively enforces the current ordinance to make adjacent property owners responsible for sidewalks. It needed to contain elements of financial assistance and also should be a creative policy. So working to develop that, some of the things that we tried to make sure that we looked at was that it was going to be transparent, that it would include feedback, would have buy-in, that would meet the direction of the commission, and was in line with the commission's strategic goals. So in line with those objectives, we met with community groups. We developed a stakeholders group to listen and hear what they had to say relative to the process of developing a policy with specific guidelines that we had. And we reached out and did research with 10 of our neighboring communities in the region. And we came up with the proposed Administrative Policy 117. So the policy can be broken out basically into 3 sections. There's an inspection and repair piece to it, there's a condemnation and assessment piece to it, and there's a cost assistance piece to it. So I want to talk about the first part of the policy. It talks about the responsibility of the city and the responsibility of the property owners. The city has responsibility for its own property that has adjacent sidewalk, ADA access ramps, and hazards caused by city infrastructure such as manholes or water valves, storm sewer inlets, tree roots, those types of things. And there are others, items that we looked at as well in defining what would be a sidewalk not adjacent to city property, but was the responsibility of the city to maintain. The other part of that is what's the property owner's responsibility, and they simply would have the responsibility to maintain any sidewalk adjacent to property they own. We also decided that we needed to establish a bidding process to establish unit pricing for a program moving forward so that we could have some guaranteed pricing. In that, we also would require the contractor to offer that same pricing that they were affording to us, to the individual property owners for remove and replacement. We didn't bid such things as grinding and things that most property owners might take on themselves to do. So then in the inspection portion of the policy, we looked at vertical tolerances of 1/2 inch or greater, horizontal defects, which could be missing panel, could be depressions in the sidewalk, elevation changes, cross slope type of issues. We looked at vegetative hazards, such as grass growing up through cracks and things like that. And we looked at hazards related to ADA access ramps. And we also identified the hazard as whether it belonged to the city or whether it belonged to the property owner. So we have that information. And here, towards the end of my presentation, I'm going to talk more specifically about the 2017 area that we selected and the inspection results that we came up with. So then we're on to notices. The city would send out 2 notices as part of this program. The first notice would go out, and it would require the property owner, or allow the property owner 60 days in which to make or to mitigate the hazard repair. That could be done a number of ways. They could do it themselves. They could hire a contractor, those types of things. Well, in the notice, we also would be including information about all of that I just talked about, but also options that they may have. We have had one meeting. We've developed an internal group to meet, to develop, Porter Arneal was in that group, to work on a website, a specific web page for this program that would be tied to the Public Works page that would have a number of things. We haven't finalized that yet because we don't have a final policy yet, so we don't know exactly what that's going to look like. But it could have things in there, list access to different contractors, could have a DIY section about how to do different things, information about how to contact the city. Also would note that the city, as we do with all of our issues and items that when we work with the public, we'll have staff that will go out and meet with property owners and help them through this process as it goes on. But I would note that the first notice and the second notice would have similar information contained within them. And one item that would be in both notices is the date that we would be back to the commission with a resolution to condemn the sidewalk if the repairs weren't made within that 60 days. So we want to make that, it sounds negative, but we want to make that clear from the beginning that, what the process is and so forth. And then, of course, I mentioned we would be doing follow-up inspections. So then the second part of the policy talks about resolutions and assessments. That's more of the ordinance-based language and the state statute stuff that's in the policy. So if at the end of the 60-day period, the hazard hasn't been mitigated yet, the city would prepare a resolution for you all to consider to condemn the sidewalk. By your action to condemn the sidewalk, that would cause the city to go out and make those repairs. We plan on doing that with our contractor that we would have on staff or awarded to already to do the repairs that were the city's responsibility. When we do those repairs, the city plans to do remove and replacement only as the option for mitigating the hazard. So the next step to that process would be for us to calculate the actual cost associated with that and come back to you with an ordinance to allow us to assess that cost. If you all adopt that ordinance, that ordinance would go to the property owner with a notice of 30 days in which to pay that assessment. If at the end of the 30 days that assessment hasn't been paid, staff will forward to the city clerk's office, who in turn would forward to the Douglas County Clerk's office those assessments to be assessed on their taxes in the next tax cycle.
Will that assessment be just the cost for the sidewalk? Will there be any other fees involved with that?
There is, and since you asked, Commissioner Larson, the fee is intended to be an incent to incentivize property owners more than anything, but it's also to help the city recoup the additional cost incurred by having to take on those repairs for the property owner. But what our intention is that there would be interest, a 10% administrative fee, and then any other direct costs related to the repair of that particular hazard. Might be something like a notice in a city newspaper, the cost to do that divided out over the number of properties, so forth.
So you said there would be interest charged? What kind of interest would be charged?
Well, the interest would be on the money, the bond rate that the city would obtain. It would be just a pass-through interest for that.
Mark, that's a one-time payment, right?
Yes, Commissioner. It would be a demand for one-time payment. So then part 3 of the policy talks about cost sharing. There's 2 elements in the cost sharing program that we've developed. One of them is a cost sharing, which in the memo it talked about a 50/50 grant. We've retermed that to call it a cost sharing program. Excuse me. But the elements of the program are the same. To participate in that program, you must be a residential owner-occupied property, must be prepaid, and the city would take on those repairs once the prepayment was made. Then there's a financial aid piece to this, and must be residential owner-occupied as well. They must meet 80% of the median income according to the HUD guidelines. And then if they did, the city would take on 100% of that repair and perform that with its contractor. So just briefly, I want to talk about the area that we inspected for 2017. It included an area from Bob Billings Parkway north to Wakarusa west to the city limits. There was approximately 54 miles of sidewalk. We identified 430 defects.
Can you bring up that map that shows those?
Yes, I can. If it's still up. Somehow it got closed. I apologize, I had this opened earlier today. It looks like maybe it's going to open here for us. Takes a while to generate, so if you will, I'll continue to talk about this while that's coming up. So the impact was to 277 properties, property owners, one of being the city. It involved 24 ADA ramps, 55 of the defects were city responsibility. And if you take the total percentage of the 54 miles of sidewalk in that area, it comes out to about, the number of defects in the area of defects comes out to about 1.8% of the total area of sidewalk that was defective.
In your staff report, there is the map already. I don't know if you were wanting some features to zoom in.
I just wanted to show where we're working off of this northwest quadrant.
You were referring to the map that shows the
this one
that
here.
map? Yeah, that map is in the policy. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Yeah, that's the map.
That's the last page of the actual policy.
Yeah.
Map. There you go.
I apologize for that. I thought you wanted to see a map that had all the area
It's
listed.
good for people at home to be able to see too.
There we go. So we're talking about the green, is that correct?
Yes, the lime green area. It's lime green on my screen. Okay. So just quickly why we picked this area. We knew year one was going to be a pilot, to coin a term that I'm not necessarily a fan of, but this would be a pilot area for us in 2017. We know, even though we've tried to vet this policy as best as we could and come up with all the possible scenarios, we know, even if you adopt this policy tonight, we know that it's going to be an evolving policy, and there's going to be things that we learn that we haven't thought of today. And so we wanted to have that ability to learn in an area where maybe you could say would be more forgiving to that learning curve. We also know, for example, we're going to have to deal with brick sidewalks at some point. Not having brick sidewalks in this region gives us more time to figure out how we're going to address that issue when that ultimately comes up. And we wanted and overall, we wanted the program to be successful, and we wanted to be able to move forward into the next year after that without having a negative image tied to the program.
Mark? So the lime green area, when you say it's the pilot area, does that mean in terms of repair, that would be the first area to actually be repaired, or was that just the area you were just generally looking at for your?
It is. It's what we're calling the 2017 sidewalk repair program area. So if you were to adopt this policy at some point tonight or at some other point, we would move forward with the inspection that we've already concluded for that area and send the notices to the residents in that area.
The only frustrating thing about that is that's the newest part of our town in terms of construction and probably in terms of incomes as well. So I appreciate the numbers coming out of that area, but I would think that we would get entirely different numbers from the other areas, especially in our older parts of town. So I don't know if there's any way that, I guess what I'm saying is that I would not start with that area for your pilot area.
Right. Well, I will say this, you're correct. We know that there's other areas in town. And one of the things that we are trying to, that would make this program successful is we're doing this without any additional staff. So with all the other responsibilities that our inspection staff have and the Public Works Administration staff has, we wanted to get a feel for how much we could actually do in a year. I imagine as we move forward, some of these areas may shrink, some of them may grow in size. If we find that this area was easy to do, we may grow the areas and be able to make adjustments like that. And to that point, we have yet to make a decision about where we're going to go in 2018. That's why there's no indication on the map as far as numbers, years. I mean, there's a number of scenarios that could work themselves out. We could go east-west, we could go clockwise, counterclockwise, it could be a random draw. But one thing we do know is that we're going to have to evaluate this as we go. The other thing that I would suggest about changing the areas at the end of March, we're already in a time crunch. So on a normal program year, the hazard letters would go out on March 1st, and that would give property owners March and April, and then May and June for the city, go through the process to the two commission meetings where we have to get resolution to condemn and to assess. Then by the time we go full circle and get the assessments to the city clerk, the idea is to get them to the county by the deadline in August. If we were to go back tomorrow and have to re-inspect another area, we would be another 2 months, month and a half to 2 months before we would be prepared to send out letters. So just that's kind of some information.
I just feel like we should prioritize, the more difficult areas of town, but that's how I would have approached it.
Okay. So then, the last thing I wanted to kind of talk about was funding for the program. In the 2017 CIP in the pedestrian, bicycle, and ADA CIP program, there was $450,000 that was approved by the commission. We would recommend that $250,000 of that be earmarked specifically for this program. And so some numbers on that, with the 2017 area that we've selected, $42,000 of that, or about 24%, would be the city's responsibility. So that portion is already city at large, would be considered city at large funded. And then there's $133,000 of defects if the property owner does not make the repair. So that number's high based on that. That's if not a single property owner makes a repair and the city has to do all the repairs. And if you do the math, it doesn't come up to $250,000, and that's because we've got a contingency put in here, and there's also financial aid or financial assistance package and a cost sharing package. Until we get those applications from the property owners and know what that share is going to be, we won't know what the total cost is for this year. We are making an assumption that $250,000 would be adequate for this year's funding. I guess in summary, staff, commends the commission for taking on this item. City sidewalks are a part of our infrastructure, and it's an important part of the infrastructure. And this is as you'll probably hear from some of the community, this is a debated topic. I would also mention that this policy is actually more lenient than the state statute allows. The state statute allows us, with 5 days' notice to the property owner, to actually go to condemnation and make the repairs. We've tried to include all the elements to this policy that you all had directed us to do, with some financial aid and some creative ways of getting at the end goal, which is to get these hazards mitigated and have our sidewalks safe and navigable. And then also, you know, I think this program gets at some of the strategic goals that the city and this governing body has set for staff and for the community. So with that, I will stand for questions.
Any questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, Mark, as I understand it, there are 31 licensed Class D concrete contractors in Lawrence, and you sent out to them for bids. What was the response you got back?
We received one bid back, and what I did, as we normally would do in a situation where we get no bids or not enough bids to properly review a contract, is I called a few of the local contractors that we routinely do this type of work with, and I just asked them why they didn't bid. And there was two reasons. One is this was a new program, and the requirement to extend the pricing that they were going to bid to individual property owners. There was too many unknowns for them this year to do that. So the one contractor that did bid almost $7.99 or $8 a square foot.
$8.95 a square foot.
Which is almost twice what we already have established pricing through other contracts in the city. You approved a sidewalk gap program tonight that had a lower price than that. Parks and Rec Department has a annual concrete award that's out there. They're not quite apples to apples. Their price for 4-inch sidewalk is $5.35 a square foot, but by the time you add some removal cost and grading and reseeding, we're estimating that cost to be about $6, so you're still $2 below the cost. When I talk to, and at the risk of divulging my sources of information with questioning why contractors didn't bid, it quite simply was they were unsure. I think personally, after we go through this 1 year, and they understand how this program really is going to work, that bidding process will be a lot more impactful. In fact, one of the contractors that I talked to, I said, so who is actually the Parks and Rec awarded contractor, who we would recommend do the city work for this project? I just asked him, you know, if we were to include your name and contact information in the notice letter, and a property owner called you to do the work, would you honor that same price? And I didn't get a direct yes, we would honor that price, but the answer I got was it would be lower than what we got for a bid. So I can't really stand here tonight and tell you what that offer would be to the property owner, but I wouldn't feel comfortable for the city doing work at $8 a square foot or having a property owner do work, hire a contractor themselves to do it at $8 a square foot.
I guess, I mean, that was sort of a loaded question, because I've also had the opportunity to speak to the one person that did actually bid, who bid 12% below.
The hazards range anywhere from 25 square feet to, I think the largest one was 250 square feet of area. And so in the numbers that I'm going to give you, I used the $8 a square foot price that I know today we can award to a contractor here locally that made a bid to us. And that price would be absolutely guaranteed by contract if we awarded that. But that would also mean the city would be paying that same unit price for work that we did. So, for example, Mayor, let me find one for you.
2 people have done that tonight.
So here's one that's 50 square feet. I have to get my calculator out. Oh, shoot, I'm sorry. I got that on a different spreadsheet.
Did you need some more water, Mark?
No, I'm fine.
You got some? It looks empty from here.
I'm look what?
It looks empty from here.
Oh, no, thank you, though.
You're welcome.
So here's one for 50 square feet. That would be $300 for a total remove and replace. There's one for 225 square feet. This particular property had 3 hazards identified, so there was a single space that was 50 square feet, another one that was 225 square feet, and another one that was 25. So basically, they had 300 square feet. The cost for that, to do a total remove and replace, was $1,800.
$8 a square foot on 300 square feet?
These numbers are at $6. The numbers, I apologize, I told you 8, but that was, I've tried to look at these so many different ways, I've got like 3 different spreadsheets. These numbers off of this spreadsheet are based on $6 a square.
But do we have a single bid at $6 a square foot?
Not for the property owner to tailgate on.
So in the newest part of town, we're knowing it's $8 a foot, and we're seeing, what, you don't have an average price that give us that kind of idea? They're just, whatever it is, it's $8 times whatever the number of square feet it is.
Right.
Okay.
So your estimate of $133,000 for the defects, that's based on $6 or $8 a square foot?
That's based on $8 a square foot for the property owner.
Any other questions?
When contractors, when we give a contract to a contractor to do this work, are we putting the burden of collection on the contractor, or does that come to the city?
No, to participate, well, yes.
So if you issue me a citation for my sidewalk and I go through, any one of these 31 licensed contractors, it's going to be between me and the contractor for payment?
Yes, that was one of the concerns that was expressed to me from the few contractors that I spoke to, was having to deal with that collection piece.
Which suggests that there's alternative ways to do the bidding for the adjacent property owner to take advantage of that, so that the contracts or the commitment to have the city contractor do it could be done at different stages of the bidding process, so that the contractor knows with a better degree of specificity and guarantee that that will be the number. The other thing I've seen in the past is that you can allow for adjustments to add or subtract certain amounts, and they'll hold their price in terms of the total quantity that you would take, so that you could still have some adjustments. I think what Mark is trying to suggest to you is that, this goes back to Leslie's question, is we're trying to take an area to model off of, to make it work. We recognize that there'll be policy changes to make this all come together in terms of how we go about qualifying people for, making it affordable to them for persons that are income challenged. The 50-50 proposition, we heard today from people that had issues about steps or stairways, and quite frankly, some of those steps and stairways serve a very private purpose. Some serve a somewhat purpose connected to the sidewalk. So we'd have to get into that discussion. And as Mark said, we're going to probably have to look at the brick sidewalks. There's an issue with the sidewalks, I think, from the historic district, and making sure that we address those sidewalks as a part of this process to be consistent with that. At the end of the day, this policy is going to evolve like most policies do, and so that's why we started in a little bit smaller area in terms of what we expected to see, so that we could refine our internal procedures with our staff, and also start to think about how those policies could be more effective and efficient.
If I could offer, in talking to several of the contractors, as you noted, that issue of having to chase money is part of the reason that our bids are heading north instead of south. And as a city, ultimately, it's in our best interest to see to it that sidewalk maintenance is as affordable as it can be for all residents. We as a city hold a pretty heavy card when we talk about property tax, you know, placing liens, all of this. I think it would be in our best interest in terms of getting the consumer a lower bid if we serve as essentially the escrow for the deal, to where instead of a contractor having to chase people who are already upset that they're having to have the work done anyway. I mean, that's the fundamental problem that they have, is that when I hire a contractor, I'm asking for the work to be done, I'm happy that it's getting done, I'm eager to, well, not eager to pay, but I'm willing to pay, whereas under our policy here, I'm being forced to pay. And so I'm not really excited to pay this contractor, and thus the contractors aren't excited to bid on a project where they know they're going to spend all their time chasing money. If as a city we can offer ourselves as essentially an escrow to this, I think you're going to see lower bids. And I heard that from several of the contractors on your list that didn't bid.
Sure, and to Tom's point, there's, that, you know, that's probably one of the better reasons why we picked this area. So next year, when we put this package out, or even if we do another bid yet this year, I think we will have that opportunity to make some of those bidding options.
Any other questions for staff?
Matthew, to your point, you were, I'm reading in your memo that it sounds to me like the payments will be collected up front. Is that what I'm, it says the city will be responsible to pay for the repairs up front made by its contractors until either property owner reimburses the city or the clerk assesses the property.
So there's two collection, if you will, for lack of a smarter word to use. So in the cost sharing program, we're asking that the property owners that apply and qualify for that prepay, and then the city will undertake the repair. Those would affect properties that have sidewalks on more than one adjacent sides of their property. So that's going to be very few. The other scenario where that is if by resolution you all condemn the sidewalk and cause the city to make the repairs, we will have to make those repairs and pay for those repairs up front until we're either, one, reimbursed when we invoice the property owner through the assessment process, or we get the money back from the Douglas County clerk's office, or treasurer, clerk, I'm not sure where we get the transfer from, but till we get that money back. So we would have to, the contractor's not going to, in other words, the contractor's not going to wait until the following year when we get reimbursed from the county. That's where that interest piece comes into play.
It seems like it would be more simple if the city, in some fashion, whether property tax, sales tax, or ballot issue, whatever, that the city just did it all on their own, frankly. It sounds simpler.
Well, these financial assistance programs will be for owner occupied, right?
Yes, residential owner occupied.
So rental properties would not qualify for this assistance.
Not if it's a renter, but the renter wouldn't be on the
Right.
hook for the repair anyway.
But a significant portion of our city's residential properties are rentals.
55%.
Yeah.
55, yeah.
About 55%
Okay.
or more.
Yeah.
And I can tell you who's going to pay that.
They may be
It'll
paying
be
now.
passed, yeah.
They may
but
be paying it now.
But anytime you get a tax increase, I would bet you it's always passed through. The ultimate person that's paying is that tenant that's in the
But my
building.
point is that if they're paying the rent now and the maintenance isn't
Oh.
being done, they're still paying it now. It's just not making it where it needs to go.
Yeah.
I thought that there was some discussion about using the current infrastructure sales tax. to
That is
pay
part
for
of the
these.
250,000. There was a 100,000 from general obligation bonds and 150,000. But those are two funding sources that were already in the 100 or 450,000 CIP program that you had already approved. So it's a split. Instead of taking it all from one of the pools, we decided to split it out over two, the recommendation.
I noticed throughout the policy that there was always a caveat statement made that if funding's available. I saw that peppered throughout the entire document.
That's true with everything we
That's
do.
everything.
I know. I realize that.
You
My
folks have to
question
put it
is-
in the budget.
Let me ask my question, okay? Let me ask my question. My question is, if we have a property owner that meets the HUD standard, or not HUD standard, but the 50/50, whichever financial assistance, and the money's not available, are they still required to do the repair,
They would be, yes.
even without the funding?
They would be. And to Tom's point, when we present, like next year, when we present the 2018 budget, part of that will be to fund this program, and there'll be an emphasis made that if it's not funded, those property owners would be responsible for those repairs either way.
So
You'll have an incentive to
that-
create funding.
Yeah. That doesn't seem to be real reassuring to property owners out there, I wouldn't think. Well, I'm sure we're going to hear, but that doesn't seem to be a lot of assurance there.
It seems like a
Mark-
lot of
oh.
staff time going into this. I guess that's why I think simpler is better for me. Go ahead.
So Mark, is the number of repairs in the green area the least throughout the other 7 districts that you've outlined? Is it the least number of repairs?
Is it I think what you're asking me
Is
is,
it-
is
is it-
that going to be the smallest number
Yeah,
of repairs
yeah.
of the other 7?
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know, Mayor.
Okay,
It
so
certainly
we've just
will
done the
be-
evaluation
It
on
certainly
this
will be less than when we come to central part of Lawrence.
Sure.
But I couldn't make that generic statement across the board.
Okay. So this is probably a question more of, for Tony, and then the other one would be for Tom, I would think. And I appreciate your comments, Mark. Tony, the benefit district financing only allows us to deal with the property where the improvement is, correct? So it's only on the property where the sidewalk exists. There is no way to establish a district under current state law that would allow us to, because I look at this as a pedestrian network, transportation network, there's no way that we could turn that green area into a benefit district that 100% of the properties would participate, thus lowering the exposure for those prices down immensely, because everybody uses the sidewalk, if they're on one side of the street only.
SID do that?
What's that?
A SID, community improvement?
I don't know if there's laws that are available right now, but, I guess one of the questions that I would have, and Chuck may know or somebody else may know, has anybody approached the state, because we would need a change in state law, I'm going to guess, about making that kind of change that would allow us to benefit district and entire area to make an improvement for a sidewalk specifically?
The city of Lawrence has not approached the legislature about that, making that recommendation. I'm not aware of any other city that has done that today either. It's my understanding that a benefit district has to be limited to those properties that benefit directly from the improvement.
So
Which
we-
is typically interpreted as the adjacent property, especially under the sidewalk ordinance or statutes.
State law's been wrong before, but anyway, that's a whole nother discussion, I guess.
Is it possible to do an NRA? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I just have, yeah, that's fine. One other one, Tom, and the question of the sales tax being brought up, and we're getting ready to have our election again. I guess my question to Mark is, as we talked about, is this going to be the smallest area of improvements or repairs that are going to be necessary, and not knowing what those costs are going to be? Would it be safe if the commission were to decide to put the question to the public, and this would be something that we need to have the budgetary impact, if we were to peel off an amount of money, whatever's necessary to redo this as a cost, what effect it would have on that sales tax budget? Because I think, somewhere along the line, I think that, everybody in this city probably is better off by having improvements to sidewalks, and that sales tax, as we ask the public to approve a sales tax, the continuation of that sales tax for infrastructure. Now, this just seems to me it's infrastructure. It's an easier sell by asking people to approve an amount of that sales tax issue for the improvement of sidewalks, rather than having them pay for the sales tax and then getting them in the pocket on their property tax for the improvement that we're going to order in. Does that all make sense?
Well, I'm not sure I caught all the different nuances to your question, but I guess I'd respond and say that, sure, you can charge any number of things to sales tax to do this. And in fact, what's being proposed is not the status quo of what the state law
No.
says or what our ordinance does. And in fact, you're probably going to extract some money from your general fund, which may be coming from your sales tax or from your property tax anyway, to pick up the funding for persons that are income challenged, and to pick up the ADA ramp improvements, and then any improvements that are imposed on us. So, yeah, I suppose they can do that. And if you're trying to hold the rates at the same level, I would tell you that something else changes. So if you want to hold your rates steady, then you really need to be looking at about, well, what else are you willing to cut to do it that way? Currently, 60% of the people that are asked to do this step up and do this. 55% of the people, or of the property and residential categories, are rental. So are we going to shift that burden to either sales tax or to property tax? That's your choice. And it isn't just that simple to just say, well, all of this administrative stuff goes away by shifting the burden from the adjacent property owner to the city. There is the liability issue, contrary to what some folks have written about that. And so as a practical matter, I would bet that you'll have some immediate liability problems because this is a phased approach. Okay? If you go out and you look at and walk around this street or out this town, and on these sidewalks, there's trip and fall hazards that probably exist right now. And as your legal counsel will tell you, that is an issue in terms of complaints against the city. So we're going to be managing at a much more detailed level. It'll be managed through the legal department. And Public Works will be out there trying to develop the defense of whether it was an issue of whether somebody did trip and fall. So, yeah, you can shift the burden over to property tax or to sales tax. But that's what it is. It's a burden shift.
Tom, if I could also add to that, Commissioner, the number that we came up with in 2014 is we have an estimate of about $6 million in actual hazards to mitigate throughout the entire city. I suspect when we get down to the actual inspections like we did for this area, that number will probably grow to some number. I don't have a number to give you tonight, but the number that we have today is estimated $6 million worth of sidewalk hazards that need to be mitigated.
And Mark, do you have any idea how much the infrastructure sales tax brought in, or will bring in over the course of the past 10 years? $5 million a year? Okay.
That sunsets, doesn't it?
Yeah, we're going to have to go back and ask the public to reappropriate. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Tom.
I'd like to go back to Commissioner Larson's point about the availability of financial assistance money. If in a year we were unable to budget sufficiently, we could reduce the area that we were covering with this program, couldn't we? So we could true up the ask with what we have in our budget. There's really no magic to this number or these sizes. It's just, this would get it done in a certain number of years. We might have to delay it if we weren't able to budget sufficient financial assistance.
I'd say that was correct. The only problem with lengthening the tenure to get to every part of the community is that you're probably adding more deferred maintenance every year.
I agree.
And which adds more items during that process. You know, once you get through the cycle completely for the first time, it does get a lot easier. But we've spent years in this same process. The failure has been, we've ordered certain improvements, but we didn't follow up with those that didn't respond. And so now you're paying the price of the accumulation of those that didn't.
Didn't we have a matrix of sidewalks, gaps across the city, I guess, you know, especially related to schools and such?
We do. Chuck might have a better idea of that, but we do have some gap numbers. This, just so you know, this program didn't identify a gap. So if there was a block, a sidewalk, and then a block of no sidewalk, those property owners weren't listed as having defects. This program does not address gaps. It only addresses properties that have existing sidewalks, and if there's a piece or two missing within that infrastructure.
So perhaps this policy could just apply to new construction of sidewalks, is what it sounds like, instead of repairing existing sidewalks or filling in gaps.
Well, this program applies to any existing sidewalk that's in the public right-of-way today. So
This is the current policy.
Well, it seems like that might help with some of our issues, it seems like, because it's kind of apples and oranges too when we talk about sidewalks. You know, there's entire streets that don't have any at all, and then we just have ones that need repaired or just filled in here and there. So I guess that's why I'm having trouble having one policy to cover all of that.
Well, we do
I just
have
thought I'd make
some-
it more
Chuck can add
complicated
some
for
to
you,
that.
Mark.
We do have other programs, like tonight you approved a sidewalk gap program. That will get at some of those gap shortfalls that are out there. There's a requirement that when new residential construction takes place, that sidewalks are incorporated at that time. This is strictly a policy that enforces a code, a city code that's been on the books since 1979, that makes it the property owner's responsibility to maintain the sidewalk. So all we looked at was
just
existing
existing,
city
right.
infrastructure.
Right.
Mark, when you went out and talked to the various groups that you have indicated in your memos, one of them was a stakeholders group. How many times did you meet with them?
The stakeholders group, I think we probably met, I know once, maybe twice as a part of that group. Sometimes some of those members couldn't make meetings. It wasn't very many meetings up front because we had a short time frame. We had 2 months to basically, from the beginning of development to today, to have a policy drafted. And the guidelines that we had from you all were pretty specific. What we were really trying to get from these stakeholder groups, and when I talked, was more the buy-in and the transparency of what we were doing and why we were doing it. That's kind of what we were looking at.
So it wasn't for the purpose of getting input from them to help form this policy?
It was for some pieces of it, but some of the pieces of the policy weren't necessarily on the plate for discussion. As my understanding in my direction was that the policy was to be property owner responsible for the walkway. And that seemed to be one of the more important topics that people wanted to talk about, but that really wasn't on the plate as an option for discussion, because the direction was to develop a policy that made the adjacent property owner responsible for the maintenance. You all can change that direction if you choose, and then we could find, we would definitely go back to those groups and ask them for input like we do with other programs as to other ways that we might be able to get at this issue. I think the important thing today is that as much as I tried to get a policy that was 100% ready to go out the door, I know that probably 2 days after we send the first letters, we're going to start getting calls from people and going out and talking to property owners and we're going to say, you know what, we didn't think about this. It's just, I did this program when I was with the city of Topeka. They didn't take this program as far as you all are willing to take it, but we learned as we went with those programs as well. I think the main thing that you all should look at on this is getting a policy out and starting to get this infrastructure repaired with the idea, maybe the idea is adopt a policy with the contingency that staff come back with other amendments to the policy and so forth. But if you want to get at this issue with hazards and mitigation of hazards, we need to start. I mean, we're running out of time this year to do that.
Yeah.
Commissioner Larson, as far as the input goes, the commission had the Bicycle and Pedestrian Task Force. They struggled with this issue for 18 months, 16 months, and brought back really a no recommendation. Yes, sidewalks need to be repaired, but they didn't have a recommendation. I mean, they looked at sidewalk utility, property tax, sales tax, what other communities are doing, an opt-in program. They looked at a lot of that, and the commission took that, but they couldn't come to a recommendation. So there was community input. Every one of those meetings were open to the public. We did have some public input. I think several of the members are here tonight as well.
Yeah, 'cause I thought there was a 5%, was it not 5%, 0.5%? They recommended a 0.5% sales tax, I thought, wasn't it? We heard about that last budget season.
There was a recommendation about some sales tax, but this commission did not want to do
No.
sales tax.
Is that for maintenance or GAP?
I thought that was for
That was for maintenance.
that was repair.
But the commission did reject the
We
sales
did, the
tax.
sales tax, for
Pretty
sure. But they did make a recommendation.
Well, I just keep going back to, I guess I appreciate all of the changes that went in, to trying to adjust our current policy, but I just can't get behind it. We need to be more simple with it, I think. I think we're creating this is just a black hole of problems we're gonna dive into. I just feel like the city, needs to basically take the bull by the horns and just kind of dive in, which I feel like we already have been doing when it comes to, we added the big sidewalk to Bob Billings Parkway, or the schools, the sidewalks to schools, we worked on that, and then we have our GAP stuff. I feel like we should just continue funding those kinds of things and keep just, I don't want to say chipping it off because that makes it seem small, but just keep storming ahead with what we're doing rather than enforcing this policy, which is just going to get messier and messier and messier. I guess that's where I'm at.
Going to open it to public comment?
Yeah,
Was there any other questions for staff?
Not right now.
Thank you, Mark. All right, so public comment, please. Make sure you sign in and turn off your cell phones, please.
Review a little history on our sidewalks. I've looked through the city records a couple years ago. I could never find where the property owner reimbursed the city. So then I go down to the Polar Lofts. We put sidewalks 3/4 way around that block and on the other side of Delaware. Yet those people, when they leave that building, and the reason we did it was the developer said it was to make the neighborhood more pedestrian friendly. When you leave the front entrance on the north side of that building, you head down 8th Street, you cross Pennsylvania Street, you got an ADA ramp, and then you got no sidewalk at all. The same person owns that property, I believe. I mean, there's a lot of people seem to own that stuff, but it's Flint Hills Holding. There's no sidewalk at all. There's no sidewalk on the other side of the street. So the neighborhood is really not more pedestrian friendly. So then I go over to 901 Delaware lofts. You have children living in the building. The taxpayers paid for a 10-foot sidewalk the length of the building. You want to go downtown or anywhere west, you leave there, you go to you cross Delaware, which is a lot of trucks coming across there, and all of a sudden, ADA ramp, nothing. Same person owns that property. So those children, when they leave there, they either walk in the street or they walk in the dirt, which could be mud, could be snow, could be dog poop. There's a lot of dog poop over there, okay? And that was under the Neighborhood Revitalization Act. The same property owner, it's 100 feet. That's it. That's all what it took, was 100 feet of sidewalk. I'm sure this happens all over. The taxpayers paid for all that stuff, and the property owner can't even put in 100 feet. Okay? So then I think about my own sidewalk. It's brick, historic brick. Well, it used to be. It says Lawrence brick, but it's soft bricks. I have 75 feet of sidewalk. It's 5 feet 8 inches wide. Okay? I accumulated enough hard brick to replace 1/3 of my sidewalk. And it took me quite a while afterwards to do that, to do it the right way. There's no way my sidewalk, I could have done that in a 30 days to 60 days or whatever. I can't remember what the time frame was. I could have never done it. And I blocked off half my sidewalk. It's a herringbone pattern. I did half of it, and I blocked off the other half so people could still travel down my sidewalk and they wouldn't get hurt. It takes a lot of bricks. There's a difference between soft bricks and hard bricks. Soft bricks, you put them in the ground, they retain water. They freeze, they break. They're no good. You pull them out of the ground, they're just rubble. They might look like they're good, they're not. All the bricks are different. I guarantee you, if you go to a sidewalk, this brick, and you find a place that you can take out 40 bricks, and you think they're all good, put those 40 bricks back and see what happens. It don't work. You don't have enough bricks, they don't fit right. You better have a big pile of bricks over there so you can actually make this work. And I don't have a problem fixing my sidewalk. I replaced 25 feet of it, the access to it, and I'm going to do the rest. There's no half-inch gaps, but it's rotting. It takes a lot of bricks. And also, I've replaced, and it's in good shape, and I've replaced bricks on other people's property on their sidewalks. And they're still doing real good. They didn't have to get a contractor. They got me because I know how to do it. I just don't see how you can make some people pay and other people don't. Take 9th Street, for instance. You're going to put all new sidewalks down there. Fix everybody's brick sidewalks, whatever you're going to do. I don't know yet. You don't know. Do they have to pay or is it free? So basically what's happened down there I'm going to use his name. I don't use names, but Tony Krasnick's property's down there. He's waiting for city infrastructure to pay for his sidewalks. So why can't we as residents, because a lot of the streets are pretty bad, why can't we wait for city infrastructure to pay for our sidewalks? And then you get somebody to come in and do your brick sidewalk. I think it's a year warranty you get basically, 1 year. A New York street was done in brick 3 or 4 years ago. If you go to 10th and New York Street, there's an asphalt patch about 4 by 8 feet plastered right on top of the bricks. It's kind of sad. But I'm wondering if my sidewalk's not in compliance, can I just go some asphalt and it's good, you know? I mean, there's a lot to think about on this project. It's very expensive. You don't just go get some bricks and fix the sidewalk. It don't work like that. If you don't believe me, go take out about 40 and put them back in, see how long it takes you and see what kind of gaps you got left and how many bricks you're really going to need to fix this right, you know? But my whole thing is, I'll do mine. I don't really appreciate paying for other people's when I've been paying taxes for 8 years. And these developers come in and they're brand new and I'm paying for their sidewalks. And I don't think that's right. So, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad.
Bill Mitchell, 1201 Emery Road. Please don't act on the sidewalk policy tonight. It is, as the ordinance it's derived from, unfair. Our situation, where we live, is one example of its unfairness. 60 or so years ago, the neighborhood to be served by the new Hillcrest School had no sidewalks, so folks paid to have sidewalks built on one side of the street, aided by the city, which let the cost be paid over 10 or so years with a special tax. There was a slight unfairness built in. The cost was shared by both sides of the street, but snow shoveling wasn't. It was no big deal. I've been happily shoveling our sidewalk for over 50 years. But paying for sidewalk repairs is another matter. That cost should be shared, not just with the folks across the street, but more fairly with the users, and since tolls are out of the question, that means with the city at large, as LAN argues. My wife said, "Oh, put it on everyone's water bill." I laughed. "Oh, why not?" she said. Trash, recycling, sewer are on the water bill. It's the same kind of service used by all. And maybe she's onto something. Everyone pays for trash service, even though we don't use it equally. We put out a small cart, maybe once a month. And I have two other brief points. The faults in our sidewalk are owing to the gas company patches when they replace the gas line. Do I pay for their repair, then sue the gas company? And second, the last time the city contracted for work on our sidewalks was for ADA ramps, as disgustingly unworkmanlike a job as I've ever seen. Whomever pays for these repairs, public works inspectors need to do a better job. Please think this thing through a little bit more. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Graham Kriker. I live at 1421 West 2nd Street. Before moving to this lovely community, I was a small-time landlord. I had 5 rental units in Indiana and 1 in Evanston, Illinois, and I'm here to say it can be a very profitable business. If you don't believe me, ask Donald Trump. It's supposed to be a joke. As was pointed out this evening, 55% of our rental dwelling units are owned by landlords. And I agree with Mayor Soden that we should take the bull by the horns and make those landlords pay to keep up their property. Whether it's a sidewalk, a leaky roof, bad plumbing, landlords are responsible for maintaining the property, and they should be held accountable for sidewalks just like everybody else. Now, when I was a city commissioner in another state, we had a program for people that couldn't pay for the work all at once. I don't know if it's part of the ordinance or even permitted by state law, but I would hope that for people on fixed incomes, they could have the assessment added to their property tax and amortized over 5 years. In that way, fixing up the sidewalk would not be an undue burden on people who are retired with limited incomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Graham.
You're saying
Good evening, Mayor Soden and Commissioners. Gary Weber, 907 Merle Court. I want to thank Mark Thiel. He came to the Lawrence Pedestrian Coalition as one of the community groups and spoke to us, spent his entire evening answering our questions, did a great job. We learned a lot from his presentation, and he's done a lot of work on this proposal, and we appreciate his work. I'd like to comment tonight first on Administrative Policy 117. Second, I want to reiterate the Lawrence Pedestrian Coalition's position that the policy is unfair and inequitable. And finally, I want to suggest an alternative that's more cost-effective and distributes the burden more equitably among all residents of Lawrence, which you're hearing tonight, that it's not equitable to make just people who happen to have sidewalks on their property pay for everything. Policy 117 has a number of problems. One, forcing property owners to become general contractors is inefficient and potentially problematic. In order to get the highest quality for the lowest price, the sidewalk should be repaired by one bidding contractor, the low bidding contractor, supervised by city staff that know the city specifications and can ensure they are met. If you want a really good product, you need to know the general contractor has to be good. If the homeowner's the general contractor, you've got problems because he doesn't know what to look for. He doesn't know how to make sure the contractor does a good job. He doesn't even know the city specifications, how he's supposed to enforce those specifications on a contractor who's putting in a sidewalk. Making financial aid available on a first-come, first-served basis, which was in the proposal originally. I don't know if it made the revision. But making financial available on a first-come, first-served basis may leave a number of HUD-qualified homeowners without help. If you're going to use this policy, you should help everyone who qualifies and not just until the money runs out. Options for installment payments, like Graham spoke of, and a mechanic's lien to pay it off when the property, those were completely eliminated without any word from Mark about why they were eliminated. The stakeholders group met one time. Now, that's what I was told by a member on the stakeholders group. They met one time. It doesn't sound like any kind of input was possible if you meet one time, and maybe, I don't know. The Transportation Commission was not consulted in the development of this policy. I think they should have been. That's why you formed them, to help you have good transportation policy, and they were not even consulted when this policy was made. The last time I was here, I spoke to you about, and I asked a question about if someone could tell me how sidewalks were different from streets, curbs, sewer mains, water mains, and street lights. I didn't get an answer. My point was that when we buy a home, we pay for all these facilities at the cost of that home. But the only one of the 6 that I just mentioned that we are required to repair are the sidewalks. The answer from staff was that a state statute required it, and the city does not want to be liable for injury claims, and the problem could be solved by simply enforcing the existing city ordinance. Well, because a state statute regarding sidewalk repair is non-uniform, we can legally establish home rule and implement a charter ordinance to assume these responsibilities. That is our legal right. We don't have to follow the state on this. We can have home rule and decide to take care of our sidewalks. Lenexa took over repair of their sidewalks, and they report there was no significant increase in injury lawsuits. If you repair your sidewalks, you should be less concerned about liability because they're in good repair, and no one's had a successful lawsuit against you if your sidewalks are in good repair. It's when they're in bad repair and you ignore them that you're in trouble. If you repair them, you're in great shape. At any rate, the best guarantee against injury lawsuits is a well-maintained, complete sidewalk infrastructure. PEDCO continues to believe that forcing abutting property owners to repair sidewalks is unfair because not all properties have sidewalks, while all properties have streets, mains, and streetlights. We continue to maintain that sidewalks are a public good that all residents utilize, that all should share in the cost of maintaining, just as we do streets, mains, and streetlights. Despite what we're told, we believe that a workable solution that results in a high-quality uniform sidewalk at the lowest possible cost for all property owners based on the value of their home is possible. Now, I may not personally be by any means an expert in the best way to fund these services. I don't purport to be one. However, in thinking about it, I believe the most equitable funding mechanism is through property taxes. Sales taxes are too regressive. You're forcing rental property people to pay for them. I believe Lawrence I believe Lawrence residents will support the required increase. For example, a 1 mil increase in property taxes generates approximately $900,000 in funds annually. And in my letter to you, there was a typo. I said 9 million. I'm sorry. That was a typographical error. 1 mil creates about $900,000 annually. Based on the current $9.4 million estimate, 10 or 11-year assessment would repair all of our sidewalks. A 1 mil increase would cost the owner of a $200,000 home about $24 a year. So for an additional $24 a year in taxes, we could have a repaired sidewalks in 10 years. Once the system is in good repair, as our city manager has told us, costs for maintenance would fall significantly. I believe the residents of Lawrence would support a referendum on this type of property tax increase if they were provided with the costs and benefits. The cost is $24 a year on a $200,000 home. The benefits are repaired sidewalks that people can use and get around it without being unsafe. A similar referendum in Kansas City, Missouri will take place in April. It's going to be very interesting to see what the residents of Kansas City, Missouri have to say about this. In addition, the Kansas Supreme Court is considering a lawsuit that may define a city sidewalk fee as a fee and not a tax, therefore making it legal. This would widen our options in funding sidewalk maintenance. It's time to identify an equitable funding mechanism for sidewalk repair. Sidewalks are no different from streets, mains, and streetlights. It's time to fund the repair of all of these services in a consistent manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the Commission. My name is Chris Tilden, and I live at 1121 Williamsburg Court. I think primarily this evening we've spoken to issues of cost, but I do think it's important to bring up a couple of additional aspects related to this work. One thing that I did want to point out from my perspective as someone engaged in public health is that in 2015, the Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance Survey showed that less than 1/3 of Lawrence residents engage in recommended amounts of physical activity on a daily basis. Less than 1/3. Those numbers in 2015 were lower than they were in 2013, lower than they were in 2011, and are actually lower than the overall state average. So we are, as a community, just as sedentary as the state of Kansas. So I don't think we can afford to do nothing. Studies have shown conclusively that people that have access to sidewalks are more physically active and are more likely to meet guidelines for physical activity, which we know is a wonder drug when it comes to reducing the risk associated with chronic disease. The other point that I'd like to make is in relation to the map. I understand that there may be some efficiencies gained by taking a geographic sector-by-sector approach to this work, but I believe there are some ways that we could potentially take a more systematic approach to the sidewalk network system that would provide greater benefit. Our approved regional transportation plan already outlines what is called the Lawrence Pedestrian Priority Network. That network is shown on Figure 2-10 in our regional transportation plan, which came before you all in November 2016 and in fact was accepted by the Commission. That priority network covers all arterial and collector streets, as well as some other priority segments such as the safe routes to school corridors. It encourages and promotes access to the most important priority destinations in our city. If this priority pedestrian network was prioritized in this maintenance plan rather than taking this geographic approach, I believe we could fully implement the pedestrian priority plan at a comparable price to the plan being proposed this evening. In addition, because it focuses on those collectors and arterials, at least initially, most of the properties along those routes are more likely to be businesses and non-residential properties that are going to be less impacted financially than the proposed plan. I thank city staff and you, the City Commission, for recognizing how important this issue is to residents of the community. and I stand in support of the plan, but do recommend that there be consideration given to prioritizing the build-out and maintenance of the pedestrian priority network that you have already approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Soden, Commissioners Larson, Bowley, Amix, and Herbert. I'm Jane Gibson. I live at 1845 Leonard Avenue here in Lawrence, and I'm here as the elected representative of the Barker neighborhood to the Lawrence Association of Neighborhoods. I want to thank you all and City Manager Marcus and the staff for all the time and effort that you put into helping Lawrence be the wonderful place that we all admire and love. Thank you very much for all of that. The Barker neighborhood communicates through a social media site, Nextdoor Barker, that counts 467 participants. In my job as neighborhood liaison to LAN, I used that site to ask my neighbors a couple of questions, and I'm here to tell you how they answered that in response to the issues of sidewalk repair and maintenance. So the first question is, who should repair and maintain sidewalks? And I received 20 responses that actually answered the question, and all of those were unanimous in their view that the city should in fact be responsible for repair and maintenance of sidewalks. We didn't have an alternative funding model at the time. When I asked that question to what the staff had recommended, 3 of those 20 said that they hoped that the city would at least split the cost with the property owners. But the other 17 were really clear that the financial burden should be shared among all taxpayers because all taxpayers share sidewalks. And there was no one who argued, of course, that this in favor of the staff recommendation. Then late Sunday night, I posted the alternative funding model offered here by Gary Weber a minute ago. I asked neighbors to let me know whether or not they would be willing to support a bond issue to be paid with a 1 mil property tax increase that would fund repair and maintenance of all Lawrence sidewalks. They only had a day and a half to respond. And so very quickly, I had 24 people write back to me, and they were unanimous in their support of a bond issue and property tax increase. I should note that 15 of those people were new participants, bringing the total in support of the city taking responsibility for repair and maintenance from 20 to 35. I wish I could impress you with these numbers, but we know that this is a small and self-selected sample. But I think that the sample is significant anyway. And I think so for 3 good reasons. One, what makes them important is their unanimity that responsibility should lie with the city for repair and maintenance of what neighbors see as part of city infrastructure, part of the transportation infrastructure like roads and streetlights and sewers and so forth. 2, in the second sample, all 24 were willing to pay for the project with a property tax increase. That's really not a small matter. Even though it's only 24 self-selected participants, they were unanimous in their willingness. One of them even used the word gleeful to describe her willingness to pay for that property tax increase. 3, and perhaps most importantly, neighborhood responses spoke to Lawrence's long and proud tradition of doing what is right and doing what is fair. They don't think that charging sidewalk-adjacent property owners is fair or equitable. And you've already heard some of the reasons for that here, so I won't repeat them again. Some examples from the Barker neighborhood. On what is right, one person linked sidewalks to the larger concerns of the city and wrote, "I absolutely believe that sidewalks ought to be part of the city's public works responsibility, and that not taking this on actually becomes a detriment to economic development and a healthy, vibrant community more generally." On what is fair, another wrote, "Even though I do not have a sidewalk, I believe sidewalks are public paths, and as such, any maintenance or repair should be paid by the community as part of its taxing authority." And one last example, writing about the proposed bond issue and property tax increase, a neighbor posted, "Big love for this proposal." So the 35 citizens in the Barker neighborhood urge commissioners to reject the recommended policy that unfairly saddles homeowners with adjacent sidewalks with full responsibility and the cost of their repair and maintenance. The neighbors also urge you to do what is right and do what is fair. Let Lawrence vote on the bond issue and property tax to share the cost equitably among all citizens. Thank you.
I want to tell people our podium, you can lower it and raise it as you wish.
Did you not see me?
Well, I saw you peering over quite a bit.
We
and I didn't
could
wanna-
hear you, and that's what's important.
I didn't want to interrupt you, but
I'm
at
not the
where
only
your-
short person up here, and I'm the first person who said that.
Where your right hand is, there's arrows that go up and down that face out where your pen is. If you just
Well,
drop
thank you, but I'm done now. so-
Okay, but I'm telling you for next time, and anyone else that comes up, feel free to raise and lower it. We're very proud of our new podium. You probably want to raise it a little bit, Greg.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I hopefully won't be up here very long. Greg Robinson, 3116 Trail Road. First, I'd like to start off by saying that if you do pass this in its current form, which I don't agree with, will you put a provision in there I can apply for a rebate of the sidewalk I replaced that was destroyed by the city tree? So I would ask that that be put in there. That's somewhat of a joke, but then again, I did hear, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, sir, but he mentioned that the city would be responsible if city tree roots destroy your sidewalk. Well, if that happened in my case, I didn't know that, so I paid for it. But anyway, the other thing is, this gentleman here brought up correctly, is that it really is your decision. I keep hearing this fallback to, oh, state statute says. State statute, our hands are tied. No, they're not. You're absolutely not tied. You can home rule out of this, pass a charter ordinance, and do what you want to do. The gentleman is absolutely correct, so please don't, this is, when we have issues like this, a lot of times I feel like the city does a disservice to the constituents and the taxpayers because we don't educate our populace to this. We simply hide behind certain statutes. Okay, the statute exists, but nobody ever published on the website for the city, oh, by the way, this is a non-uniform statute and we can opt out of it. So I don't understand why that type of information doesn't ever get disseminated to the public. So that's just one of those things that kind of bugs me. The other thing is think about this economy of scale. Matt, you talked to this about the fact you can't get really contractors out to do this type of work because it's just so small. Think about this, $4.95 a square foot that the city can marshal because they want your contract. Think about it, you can do twice as much sidewalks just by having the contract and the funding to do it than by going out forcing individual homeowners to do it. Twice as much. And without all the headaches of going out there yelling at, homeowners to go get this done. And on that note, one of the things I would say that needs to be in this policy, if and when the very first letter goes out, notice of defects, any defect that the city has within the generated region must give themselves, this city, 60 days to fix its own problems. Because I go walking around my neighborhood all the time with my dogs, and I can point out many stormwater inlet boxes that have undermined the sidewalks. I mean, really jacked up. It's probably some people haven't really gotten hurt yet. I mean, this has been years of sitting there like this. So if the city's going to send out a big old rash of letters to the homeowners, then send itself one right here at 111 East 11, I'm sorry, that's the police department, 66. So send one letter here first, and it better get done within 60 days like we will have to do. Okay, so make sure there's money, like Mr. Marcus pointed out, make sure there's proper funding to get all the mandated work done for the city as well, okay? So one of the other things is that when we talk about the ADA ramps, the city likes to say, oh, well, we're doing ADA. Well, guess what? Because the federal government's making you do it. Guess what? It's an unfunded mandate. Just like we're talking about this policy. You don't want to fund it from a city perspective, but no, we're going to make a unfunded mandate to the homeowner. So we'll just keep pushing that thing right down the hill, but then we stand there and beat our chest, hey, we're doing ADA. No, not because of by choice, but you have to. So anyway, this should be, this gentleman here even used the word, it's infrastructure. It's infrastructure, it's not a luxury, it's not a want to have, be nice to have, it's infrastructure. Then pay for it, then that's what we pay taxes for. The other thing is that we always talk about liability, and I'll give you an example. We have Rock Chalk Park, we have Skateboard Park. I didn't hear anybody come here and say, oh, we can't build that. Oh, shoot, man, a kid fall off a skateboard? Are you kidding me? Look at the liability. Why is there no liability? Because if you have it contracted and engineered to industry standards, then you're exempt under Kansas Tort Claims Act. So if you install your sidewalks to the standards, then your liability is greatly diminished, if any. Because at the same time we're talking about sidewalks, I would ask also to send out letters, please raise your tree branches. I get tired of scraping my head on people that don't cut their tree branches. They're supposed to be 7 foot, but they're hanging way down. But anyway, that's another issue. And I guess my last point would be, and I would just ask, by show of hands, how many commissioners have sidewalks?
I do.
Okay, I have one. I mean, I've replaced mine, so does everybody have a sidewalk?
I have sidewalks.
The home I have now does not.
Okay. You, none? So I think through, Matt, do you have sidewalks?
My house is literally where the sidewalk ends. It's Chelsea
I got you. So anyway, I'm not doing that to pull a grab on anybody, but it's 3 out of 5 commissioners don't have sidewalks. This isn't even going to apply to you, you know? So I think you can hear the concerns of the community is that we're not opposed to sidewalks. We just think we all agree that it's infrastructure, and you shouldn't be forcing homeowners to go out there and do this. I mean, on our dime. You know, it's just, again, I have to agree with Mr. Marcus. I mean, he doesn't want to hear that, oh, shoot, okay, what else are we going to cut? You're either going to have to raise taxes to absorb it, or you got to find cuts. So that's, you know, that's why you guys get elected. So, but anyway, I'm for sidewalks. I'm not necessarily for having to pay for them out of my pocket like I did. But again, if you do pass it in current form, please put that rebate in there so I can give them the money back. But anyway, you know, you guys got a tough decision to make, and these are one of those things. Oh, one thing I wanted to mention, I should have made this at the very beginning. Complaints about sidewalks are as old as sidewalks. I remember reading in the Lawrence Journal-World, this has been a number of years ago, and I always like to read that 100 years ago today thing, right? And one of the things in there was a complaint about people failing to shovel, I guess, the dirt path up 9th Street up towards where Hillcrest is. So this is an issue that's never going away. It's never going to make everybody happy. So do the best you can, and I think this should be an infrastructure expenditure, and just marshal all the assets and move on, and make sure the city gives itself notice when they have to fix all these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dennis Brown, President of the Lawrence Preservation Alliance. And the LPA believes clearly there's a problem here that has to be addressed. It's a huge task for our city. It's not going to be easy to figure out. As LPA President, I was one of the stakeholders invited to the stakeholders group. I think we met in early January, and Mark had told us at that time he was going to have to report back in March. Have a lot of respect for Mark and everything he does. He was tasked with a huge project, but the stakeholders group did just meet one time for an hour, maybe an hour and 15 minutes. You go around the table with 20, 22 people to introduce yourselves, where there's half the meeting right there. There wasn't any input other than maybe a few emails after that meeting about anything that ends up in this report. Frankly, I think this project isn't vetted well enough yet, but the vetting probably needs to be with the commission at this point, and I think probably a work session would be in order to resolve how you go forward. The stakeholders group didn't have anything to do with the schedule. And, you know, as a contractor who works on projects, I never start on the hardest part of a house. I start on one of the easiest ones and kind of get a feel for the way things are going to go. So I can see it from that point. But if this is an 8-year project and we have trip hazards, serious trip hazards and gaps, it seems like we need to get to the heart of the matter a little quicker. That's why I like some of the comments by, I think, Chris earlier, along the fact that if this was a city-funded project, we could get to some strategic meat on the bone kind of things, like routes to schools, things of that nature, rather than taking a whole year to do the least problematic part of our city. The Preservation Alliance, we're kind of staying mostly out of the funding debate, but we are curious, A, how will these evaluations be done? If they're heavy-handed, the scope of the project and the cost will be bigger. I'm starting to feel a little better with some of my concerns, but I would still like staff to say that sidewalk panels will be evaluated individually, and that if a certain percentage of a property's panels were poor, that the whole sidewalk wouldn't be ordered to be replaced. I think the half-inch deflection, clearly that needs to be addressed. But as I go out walking in the neighborhood now, and you know, I've always scolded my dog, get your nose off the sidewalk. You know, look up at the sky. Well, now I'm looking at the sidewalk just as much as he is. And I gotta say, within a few blocks of my house, I can see brick streets in perfect condition, brick sidewalks in horrible condition, and the same with the concrete. But I think when we get out there and all we have is the half-inch deflection, they're going to see things that will really require some interpretation, and I don't want that to be too heavy-handed. I would like to know if a panel that has 1 or 2 non-deflected cracks and a corner chipped off, will that be flagged for a redo, or will we just say, you know what, we've got bigger issues here that we have to address as soon as we possibly can. My last point is, has staff worked with the Historic Resources Administrator to determine policy when dealing with the historic materials that we're going to find when we get into the core neighborhoods in this project? As I see the report tonight, I didn't see anything that brought that out at all. Clearly, that's a discussion that has not been had. I think I heard the city manager say we may have to talk about that. We will have to talk about that. And standing here right now, I don't have the answers, but there's a lot of brick sidewalks out there. We have to decide what we're going to do with those brick sidewalks. Some of them are in historic districts where it actually really legally matters, others not so much, but there's big fans of brick sidewalks out there. That's really going to have to be worked out. I think the City Commission is going to have to step up and do a lot of these things with the public's help. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. You can lower the podium if you wish.
I intend to, as I'm quite short.
Excellent. We like to see people using it.
Peekaboo. I've been really impressed, I must say, by the kind of information which the public has offered to our city commission and to our, to Tom.
Let's get your name first too, please.
I'm Ellen Reed Gold.
Thank you.
I've been really impressed by the kind of information and advice which we've been hearing from citizens this evening. I have several things on my mind, but I'm only going to tell you my final perspective. We've heard solutions for financing the sidewalks. We've heard comments about how to solve the problem of people tripping. We've had in fact, we've had a couple of small surveys, and they generally come down to the same conclusion. Sidewalks should be financed by the city. I want to remind you that Lawrence spends lots of money, thousands and perhaps hundreds of thousands of dollars repairing streets. I've heard more than one city commissioner say that he got or she got more calls about streets than about any other issue. And since the city commission is an elective body, and elective bodies tend to pay attention to issues which get a lot of public comment, I think the city commission has responded by paying a lot of attention to streets. However, repairing streets for everyone and then proposing to make individuals pay for sidewalks, favors automobiles over people who walk. Actually, the current buzzword is privilege. This policy privileges automobiles over pedestrians. And I'd like to see Lawrence shift that emphasis by putting in sidewalks all over the city for people who walk or people who would like to. Lawrence also spends a lot of money removing snow from streets in winter. I wish we'd had a little more snow this year to remove, but we didn't spend very much money this year. Yet Lawrence insists that property owners should shovel their own sidewalks. I think that Lawrence should not only clear the streets in winter, but clean snow off the sidewalks. People who walk should have equal status with people who drive. All of us are gradually becoming aware, to paraphrase Lorraine Schneider, that cars are not healthy for children and other living beings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I get some help with the Elmo, I think it's called?
Press the Elmo button on your right hand. You got it.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I came tonight to speak on two issues, and I will try to do that quickly, and there's sort of another area that I'd like to touch on if I have time. So Chris Tilden already mentioned the regional pedestrian plan, and I wanted to talk about that briefly, but I also wanted to go back to the pedestrian bike issues task force on which this commission or the prior commission had appointed me. The task force wrestled with this issue, and as was said, we really couldn't find a resolution. At one point, we did talk to the city attorney about the possibility of enforcing the sidewalk ordinance, and at the time, it seemed the staff kind of guidance at the time was that it was an impractical solution, that it was administratively burdensome. There wasn't kind of a commitment of resources in order to do the inspections that would be required. And it also would burden the commission because each instance would require separate approval to condemn the sidewalk. And so we essentially abandoned that approach pretty early on after hearing all this. Now there's a new city manager in town, and I think that might have changed some of the internal consideration of how resources are allocated and priorities are assigned. So this idea of doing the enforcement of the policy kind of rose back up to the top. The task force really never had considered completely the issue as you guys are now, because we had dismissed it fairly quickly. So you're really grappling with something that we didn't really take time to fully consider. But I will, kind of giving that background, the one thing we concluded was that the problem didn't occur overnight and the solution needs time. Give that timeline consideration. We need more to vet and develop a proposal, and then need a longer time period. Then the second thing I wanted to talk about tonight was the prioritization. The staff proposal talks about 8 different geographic areas. There's some rationale for why those areas were selected. I think in the memo it talks about that they were essentially equal in acreage. There's, I think, maybe some appropriate consideration for starting where the work might be easier to manage and understand, and then make modifications. So treating it like a pilot. But the notion that the priorities should be established by a geographic region was contested during that stakeholders group. Mike Kelly, who was on the Head Bike Task Force, he was the first to kind of launch an alternative way to prioritize, suggesting that facilities that have that draw pedestrians that have vulnerabilities, like older adults that maybe use mobility assistive devices, or children that are going to school, that those perhaps should be the ways that we establish the priorities for where to do repairs. At that time, I also offered another approach to thinking about prioritization, and that was to rely on the regional pedestrian plan that the MPO published last year and was accepted by all the municipalities in the county. And it established essentially three ideas or three kind of types of sidewalk to prioritize: arterial streets, collector streets, and safe routes to school routes. There's also in the regional pedestrian plan some consideration for high demand corridors for transit. And if you were to think about, where are most pedestrians, where are they? They're going to be on these streets. Either streets where they're getting access to the bus system, or where they're walking to businesses that are on collectors or arterials, and to the schools. So I think that regional pedestrian plan offers you another approach to thinking about prioritizing that might make more sense when you're trying to, really address the root of the problem. The root of the problem is that people experience difficulty getting around the community on foot. So if that difficulty is experienced in this one sector, then I would say go for that. But I don't think that's the public's response. I think the public really believes that the difficulty is experienced all over the community, and so we maybe need to think about tackling arterial streets. It's the largest volume of cars, probably also of pedestrians. Collector streets would be the largest volume in neighborhoods. So that offers another way to think about prioritization. The thing I didn't come prepared for, well, I kind of did, and I was going to toss it out there only because the mayor kind of mentioned this. One of the challenges on sidewalk infrastructure is we tend to, like, administratively, I think we see these two pieces of work. One is filling gaps in the sidewalk network, and one is repairing the existing sidewalk network. And what I wanted to show you is first the, I'm not sure how to get this to be. So this is the priority network that was identified in the regional pedestrian plan. Okay, I was like, what's upside down? There you go. Thank you. So you can see that this is the MPO's approach for our region, and they're saying these are the networks, or the pedestrian network, that should be a priority. And then basically establish that infrastructure should be prioritized along this network. The MPO actually calls for prioritizing both repair and gap. It does not offer a solution for the funding of the repairs, but it does basically make the case that for the network to be a fully connected network, and one that has the quality that pedestrians need, you need to address both issues. So that map, it doesn't show you where the gaps in the sidewalks are. This map does. And you can see in the areas in yellow, in the majority of the community, that's where there's a sidewalk on at least one side of a street. And the area that's in green is where you have sidewalks on both sides, and then the areas in red are where there's just no sidewalk at all. So thinking about the sectors, there's a sidewalk in that first sector that's being considered for the pilot. There's a sidewalk everywhere there, so that's good. If you were to go to the southwest part of the town, there just aren't as many sidewalks because it wasn't built that way. So I would imagine that people in those areas where there's red, they're going to tell you that the biggest concern might for them be that they don't have a sidewalk and they have to walk in the street. Where Matt, where or Commissioner Herbert, where your property begins is where the sidewalk ends. That's a perfect example of that. So I know our topic tonight is about the repair issue, but since you brought it up and since the pedestrian plan calls for addressing both, I think that when you get beyond the simplicity of trying to put a line item in the budget for repair and a line item for gaps, people's experience of the sidewalk network is inclusive of both issues. And so this idea of chipping away as best as we can, I think that has a lot of merit. And the question would be, where do you start chipping? Maybe you work on the arterial network first, and then start to think about the collectors, while the entire time also addressing the issue of ADA, ADA compliant curb ramps. So I think everyone's given you a lot of advice tonight. I just tossed that, that piece of information in the ring for your consideration. I know this is a really tough issue. I appreciate that you're taking time to listen to everybody and to give it some consideration. I can't speak on behalf of the Transportation Commission, but they did select me to be the chair of the commission. And I would hope that if you ask for us to consider this issue, that we can develop a better proposal for your consideration later this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie.
Hello, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Bonnie Elfman. I live at 408 Johnson. I prepared a variety of things that I feel strongly about and wanted to present, and fortunately I've heard much of that already said by people who are more articulate than I am, so that works for me. I just want to say that I feel very strongly that this is city infrastructure and that I think it's appropriate for the city to take responsibility for this. I'm not attached to any particular funding solutions, but I think there are a variety of them out there. I don't have a sidewalk. I would be happy to pay, whether it's sales tax, whether it's property tax, whatever it is, as long as it's divided among all of us. I get upset when addressing this issue because of what to me is the huge inequity of people being forced to pay for this simply because they have adjacent sidewalks, although they're not necessarily the ones using those sidewalks. I think that's all I have to say. It's been said, and I appreciate you all listening.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Jim Carpenter. I live at 1845 Bernard. I just want to kind of dovetail into some of the other issues that were raised tonight. But first, I just want to ask a question to the Commission about something that's in the written administrative policies before you tonight. I'm really happy that the city is taking on the issue of sidewalks finally. I've been aware of them since shortly after moving to Lawrence. We moved into our house in the Barker neighborhood in 1994. Our first contact with our neighborhood association was when Dave Dunfield came up our driveway and did a sidewalk survey and what we would like. Now that led to us going to a meeting and instantly at the first meeting becoming officers, which who knew? But in any event, one thing that came out of that was a threat of a lawsuit against the neighborhood association because one individual was concerned that the result of this survey would be an attempt to take away their brick sidewalk. Now I'm just going to show, and as Greg Robinson pointed out, this is an issue that goes back at least 100 years. Sidewalks it's almost a visceral reaction, how you feel about sidewalks. You have stepped into a hornet's nest, but I'm glad you've stepped into it, and we're going to tackle it. The biggest improvement I see right here in this policy is the inspection policy, that there are going to be inspections. We're going to identify problem areas, because one thing everybody in this room agrees with is we want safe sidewalks. Now, there is a problem in here. One thing is you're going to, as part of your inspection policy, it's under section 5B2, you're going to document whether the city has created the hazard by city infrastructure, city trees in the right-of-way. The rest of your policy talks about how you're going to bring down the heavy hammer of the city to force homeowners to repair that sidewalk within 60 days. However, when it comes to the city, when you look at section 4A3, it says the city at its discretion may repair sidewalks not adjacent to its property if identified as a city hazard. This just brings us back to the liability issue that's been raised about the city taking on liability. There's a very real argument that can be made that the city's incredibly liable right now for every sidewalk that's damaged out there that's been identified or will be identified by city trees in the right-of-way, by city curb, whatever has caused the damage. And if we want to start someplace where we try to figure out a comprehensive sidewalk policy, I'd suggest the city start with the city-induced problem with the sidewalks right away. That might be the starting point, and that will immediately reduce liability to the city. The rest of it, I mean, Lenexa, you've got in here, kind of two-sentence descriptions of what other cities have done to address these issues. Now, we know Lenexa is paying for sidewalk repairs, and through email communication with land that they've not experienced increase in liability. In fact, as one argument was made, as the sidewalks are repaired, liability should be going down. It'd be helpful as part of your discussions and as you come up with a policy is to find out from these other cities just what's going on. What's happening in our city? How many complaints have been made about sidewalk repairs over the years? How many have been, we've heard the statistic thrown out that 60% of the homeowners take care of that without further enforcement. But what is the actual number? How many complaints have there been? How many have been repaired? How many of the city had to go through the enforcement mechanisms? How's that compared to other cities? What other funding mechanisms have been used by other cities? I would encourage you not to take action on this other than to defer it and try to treat the sidewalk issue as a whole package since we're finally talking about it. Let's treat it all, the gaps, everything else, because we all agree that, contiguous sidewalks on one side of the street, or at least, is beneficial to the whole community. How this is going to be paid, I think it's fair for the whole city, but, that's we're going to have to see how the city as a whole weighs in on this. I think would be the best course of action. But, also I think when you do this, you might look at how many developers are getting variances right now so they don't have to put in sidewalks in their new development. They can come to the Planning Commission, they can go to the BZA, they can have a site plan adjustment. Tighten up the regulations. If you want this as infrastructure, let's roll this whole into one package. Let's talk about it as a community. You've gotten a lot of information today. People are ready, willing, and raring to go to get involved in this debate. It's just not come up to this public forum yet. It's all coming out at once. So I take advantage of the community interest. I think if you do surveys or something, you're going to find this community is willing to put in the money to do it. This is a community that voted to build a new library at the height of a recession. This is a community that voted to put in a bus transportation. These are 70, 80% in favor of these votes to increase our taxes for the public good. And I think that's what we have here. We have a way to look at this. And I think if liability is an issue, we better start looking at the city's liability right now and address that. And the other thing is I think this policy is creating a logistical nightmare for this commission. Because with the number we heard before, 270 homeowners just in the first section has been identified with problems. That's 270 letters going out. If you have a 60% compliance with that, that means 88 people aren't going to comply. How many commission meetings are going to be taken up with condemning sidewalks? You've got 20, 30, 40 of those coming up at a time as you do each section. I think there's good in here. I think it's a great start, but I'm going to ask, please defer this. Let's have more communication about this with the community. Let's try to develop a whole package that works out funding, how to repair it, how to identify, and hit the ground running. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Let's start wrapping up the public comment. That doesn't mean Matt can't speak. I'm just saying.
I'll try to be short. Even though I was a Baptist pastor, it's not in my my bones. My name is Matt Sturdivant, and I live at 3732 Overland Drive. And tonight I want to speak on behalf of a lot of the folks that I work with and work beside. You see, in a lot of ways I represent the vulnerable, those who cannot come to city commission meetings, those who simply cannot add a 4 or 5 hour meeting to their day, those who are still waiting tables on Mass Street, those who are in bed already because custodial care comes early, those who yearn for the opportunity to complain about having to take care of their sidewalks because they simply want a home. Now, this doesn't look like a perfect plan that is in front of you this evening, but I believe there are greater dangers afoot. We don't want to fall off the path to one side, the status quo, because those who are vulnerable are already having difficulty with transportation. Many of them have to walk to work. We won't follow or fall off the path to the other side either, toward new taxing, that which further burdens the vulnerable and prioritizes cement over affordable homes, over social services, over other critical needs in our community. The plan before you tonight is not perfect, but I encourage you to consider the vulnerable as you consider all of the priorities in our community. Their voices may not be heard this evening, but that doesn't mean they aren't important. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Matt.
Hey, good evening, commissioners. Thanks for having us. I'm Courtney Shipley, 1125 Castled. Where's the button? Sorry, Mayor, I'll try to be quick. I just want to read you a quote real quick here I like. And here in a minute I'll tell you who said it. It's up to the public, ultimately. The public gets to decide those things. If there's economies of scale in doing it, and if there's a better service that can result from it, to me, it's something that you have to look at. And I agree with that, and I think all these people who've spoken tonight, for the most part, agree with that. Some of this has already been said. I won't waste your time. There's one thing I would like to discuss that was brought up earlier, and that is 55% of homeowners are landlords. Okay, there are 3 problems with that argument. You're assuming that I don't like my landlord, or that I want to punish them in some way, or that I don't like my landlord as much as I like sidewalks. That's not a fair assumption. And secondly, if there may be 55% of property owners of property is rental property, but that doesn't mean 55% of sidewalks are rental. There could only be 5% in rental, and the rest of it could be totally residential, privately owned, owner living in it. And thirdly, Commissioner Amix, as you pointed out, the cost is always passed on to the tenant. Everybody knows that. Even a tenant knows that. But if I, as a landlord, get a $3,000 or $1,800 bill for concrete, I might be tempted to raise the rent. But if I get a $24 bill, a raise on my property taxes, I'm going to eat that $20. I'm going to eat that $20 because I want my tenants' kids to walk to school, because I want my tenants to walk to KU, and I want their whole family to walk to the store. I'm going to eat that cost. $20 versus $1,800 or $2,000 is a huge difference, and we haven't been given that information. I think, as many people have already pointed out, if you had more time and more information, that you might be able to come to a better conclusion than this. Policy, which is, as many have stated, we're not forced to do that. We could do anything we want. We're Lawrence. We can find our way out of it. If Lenexa can do it, we can do it. The other thing, as a couple people have suggested, Lenexa didn't have that as a problem. I don't like to be scared or fear-mongered, threatened with lawsuits, some nebulous idea of lawsuits that may never happen. I would I love this commission. You're always well-balanced. I love you guys. I want you to have all the information, and I want you to have a discussion and really talk about what's best for people, because I think you can do it. Thank you again.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to close public comment. We've had a couple hours of
We'll
it.
be doing it again real soon.
We probably will. Let's bring it back to the commission. All right,
I got one for you.
all right.
We've talked a lot about, kind of where we are, and we're going to need a funding source. And one of the things that it's going to be our responsibility as a commission, as we put together our sales tax, and this is completely the other way, and this would give us an opportunity to look at if the city were to pay the bill for sidewalk maintenance. Mark, I think you said it was going to cost about $6 million based on all the sidewalks, right? It was $6 million was the total bill to repair the sidewalks?
That's correct.
Okay. Chuck, you said we're collecting about $5 million a year in sales tax
That's correct, but it's...
for the infrastructure?
Yes, we've heard a couple things. We've heard about the repair and the gap.
Okay.
The gap, along with the repair, is significantly more. I don't have the number, I just remember it was a lot bigger number, so...
Well, I'm going to just lay out for the repair, okay? And that's...
I just want to make sure everybody's clear.
That's the $6 million figure, right? One of the things that we can do, if we're really going to talk about this being, an infrastructure project, something that should be the responsibility of the city, we have a tax in place that we're going to ask the public to re-up again without having to raise it. We're not going to have to, Vice Mayor, we're not going to have to raise the amount of taxes that we need because we're already collecting it now. Simply what we're going to do is reallocate an amount of money, whether it be about $650,000 a year from that sales tax, and take that to the public with the rest of the program, with the rest of the infrastructure program that Public Works is going to recommend, and we can do it that way.
Implicit in that argument is that the priorities of the community today and for the next 10 years, or from 2019 to 2029, are identical to what they were 10 years ago. So just rolling over an infrastructure tax is what we want to do. I think what folks in the community are saying is that there are other needs that we have identified that might be met using that increment. There are also, we have used this on streets, fire trucks. Essentially what we have to do is see this issue in the context of all the needs, not just infrastructure. So for us to have, we're talking about having a big conversation about this, a big conversation about a 0.3 increment in sales tax over 10 years. That's going to be a huge conversation, and there are going to be a lot of folks who are interested in how we spend that money. So I'm not ready to just say, oh, we can deal with this with an infrastructure.
It's just an idea.
And Gary was talking about a property tax, taking it to the voters on that. That's another way of doing it. But, one thing that Charlie talked about was that the work of the Bike Ped Task Force was based on the understanding of where the city staff was under the previous administration. We hired Tom Marcus for his experience, his expertise, He's giving that to us. The staff is saying, we can make the policy that you have work, okay? We can take care of the homeowners. Now, again, take a step back. If I was going to design a program, it would not be the way it is. But in the context of where Lawrence, Kansas is today and in the future, we have lots of needs. And if we can make this policy work, I think that's the place to start.
At 10:07 on Tuesday night, I'm not sure it's the right time to make that.
Right, but I'm just saying,
No.
this is where I'm coming from. But for me to say, oh, we can just roll over the infrastructure sales tax, I think that's a huge community conversation that everybody has to take a look at. And we have to say, that's an increment that we're looking for 10 years. You know, what are the priorities of the community overall, not just infrastructure?
Well, the decision here tonight is to adopt City Administrative Policy 117. When we get to our budget conversations, we can dive into that further, how we want to do that. So I want to make sure we don't get too big picture on this, but the question is do we want to adopt this policy that Mark Teal has worked on, or do we not? I feel like I've already said that I don't, not because Mark Teal hasn't done a fine job of trying to figure things out, but because I think this just creates a black hole of staff time and commission time as well.
You know, let's say a couple things really quickly. I had several conversations with people about this policy over for quite a long time now, but some of the most interesting conversations to me as I talked to Mark when I was asking questions came from concrete contractors. And I don't want to get into their names here publicly because I didn't necessarily ask their permission to use our conversations in this, but I'll tell you, one of them called me and he just said it very, very, to the point. He said, I stand to make a whole lot of money off this policy, and I'm telling you it's not right. It was just to the point. He lives in this community. He does this work for a living. He knows the value of it. He knows the cost of it. But he also understands that what he does for a living is creates infrastructure. He pours concrete, right? And if there's potholes in front of my street, there's no expectation that I'm going to be held accountable for that. When my curb is destroyed, there's no expectation that I'm going to be held accountable for that. What we have here is a policy that's been on our books since 1979. This policy even predates Mike Amick's on the commission. It's hard to
Is that 1879 or 1979?
So when we look at this policy, if we're going to say, up until this point, there's been two main arguments that have driven this policy forward. First of all, it's the state law, right? And as a couple different speakers, Greg Robinson and I think Gary Weber pointed out, yeah, it's state law, but you can home rule out of it. It's a non-uniform. I think the other thing that's been driven forward is the point that this is not a new ordinance. This is the same ordinance we've had in effect. We're just finally now enforcing it, which is very true. But it begs the question, why has it never been enforced for 30, 40 years? Is it because we lacked initiative? Did we lack backbone? Why had it not been enforced? Well, my theory would be that for the last 40 years, we've had commissions or leadership that have said that probably ought not be enforced because it's probably not equitable. Sometimes things aren't avoided because people are lazy or because they lack backbone. Sometimes things are avoided because people realize they're not the right thing to do. As I look at a lot of our agendas, and Mike, you talk about this a lot, the change order issue. Things always seem to cost more than we expect them to. And I'm telling you right now, we look at tonight's agenda, item number 5, well, here's a, solid waste facility. Whoops, we missed that one by 10% on our projections. Oh, well. I'm telling you right now, there is no way on earth we are going to get individuals to get concrete contractors out to their house at $6 a square foot. I'm not buying that we're going to get them out to their house at $8 a square foot. The individual contractor I talked to did work in Bonner at $10 a square foot and was their low bid. He bid in Lawrence at $8.95 a square foot. He bid it in Lawrence at that price because that's where he lives. and he can get his guys to the job site quick and easy and fast at $8.95 a square foot. You know, I'm not claiming to be an expert in the construction industry. I will tell you, I've probably overseen the pouring of more concrete than anyone at this table, but that's not saying a whole lot. But I'm going to tell you that this is going to be a whole lot more expensive if we break it into little tiny chunks, and I make Stuart get 3 panels of his replaced, and then 6 blocks later we're going to replace 4 panels, and then 8 blocks later we're going to replace 3 panels. If as a city we believe that we can get this done at $5 a square foot, well, there you go. This is part of our infrastructure, and if we can do it at half the cost of our customers, our citizens, we ought to find a way to do it. Now, that may require a referendum, you know, some form of vote that may require us going to them and saying, is this something that you value enough to pay an additional tax? And maybe they tell us no. But if we can get it at half the cost that they can get it at, I think it's ridiculous for us to sit back here and say, well, just call up one of these 31 companies, 30 of which, by the way, refuse to bid because they realize what chaos this is going to be. I don't believe that we're looking at this in a way that makes a whole lot of sense right now, and I'm not comfortable going forward with it.
Okay. Well, I thought there were some great comments tonight. Thanks a lot for everybody showing up. That was really good. A couple of them kind of stand out. Something I hadn't thought of was when Charlie Bryant was speaking about the Transportation Commission was never asked to take a look at this, which I thought was kind of interesting because we have this new commission and we're looking at things differently. So should we have a group such as that look at this a little bit closer? When I brought up earlier about throughout the policy, it says the money will be available if funding's there. I just kept reading that throughout the policy, and I understand why we do that. It's a protection. I realize that, but I agree with Mike that we need a funding source. I'm concerned that by using those words that the funding will not be there for those property owners who are in need of it, because we've got the words in there to move out of that. And right, it's up to the commission to make sure the money's there. I realize that. At the same time, I really did not want to delay this project moving forward to get going on it, because we've got to start somewhere. We have to start somewhere. And is this the perfect policy? I don't think it is, but I think it's a good start. But I do wonder if we should not have additional public input on ways to solve this in a more equitable manner. That's where I'm at. But I would like to see it go forward just to get something started, but maybe we don't have the votes to do that.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like we do.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, we have to face why our sidewalks are in this shape they're in. It's because we haven't enforced the policy. You know, it's essentially our failure that's caused this problem. We need to solve it. This is a big deal for our city, and it's a big deal for the health of our community. And I kind of hate to see us kicking the can down the sidewalk, but you know, here we are.
So it sounds like we are not going to adopt this. Do you need a motion to not adopt it, or do we just?
No, I
Would
think,
there be a
I
motion
think we
to just
continue
adopt?
discussion, you know, and maybe as Vice Mayor said, you know, maybe this is the best policy, or some form of this is how we deal with it in the future. But we're going to start out with a bunch of ideas until we get there. You know, there's going to be something that's probably going to happen on sidewalk maintenance. I mean, it's just going to happen. The question comes in, how are we going to pay for it? How are we going to pay for it? How are we going to ask the public to pay for it? And, you know, I have an idea, Stuart has an idea, Jim Carpenter had an idea, Gary Weber had an idea. Everybody had ideas. We all have ideas, but we got to come, 3 of us got to come together and say, this is what it's going to be. And you know, staff has done a great job in identifying, you know, one way of being able to do it. And maybe this is the best way. Ultimately, maybe. I don't know. But, you know, we're not going to kill this thing tonight.
Well,
I
again,
don't think.
The context
Well, we're going to be having our budget conversation, perhaps.
To the next commission, on to the next month, or into the next year. I would like to see us keep the conversation moving during.
Yeah, I think it's got to be during the budget process, because we are going to be considering, the question of that sales tax. We're going to be considering, taxation. We're going to be considering maybe being faced with a vote just because of the damn tax lid that we have. So there's all kinds of things that are going to be happening that we got to take into consideration. And part of the funding is going to have to come from next year's budget. The question comes in, is it going to come from property tax? It's going to come from sales tax? Or are we going to have a policy where the property owner pays for that bill? Those are the discussions we're going to have. That's simple as it is.
But we're not adopting the policy tonight, as of this moment. We're not adopting.
I'm not.
Me neither.
I mean,
I don't
I'm
think
not
we have
ready
a
to
vote
proceed
to
at this
adopt the
point
policy.
until we have the discussion during the budget, okay?
I don't want to kill it, though.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm not suggesting that. Just don't take an action on it tonight.
Well, my question had to do with procedurally, what do we do now? Because we're not going to adopt the policy. And that's why I was asking
You're not going to
Tom.
table it.
I'm going to table it.
And you're not going to take action on it. That doesn't mean the policy's discussion
Absolutely
is
not.
killed.
No, because the
Okay.
outcome here, better side, every single one of us wants that outcome. I think the
Yeah.
only time an issue dies at this table is when we don't agree on what that outcome should be. And I think every single one of us agrees what the outcome should be, is that we need to build pedestrian infrastructure.
Yeah.
I just happen to think that last word is pretty important, infrastructure.
All right, so are we ready
I have a
to?
suggestion for you.
All right.
I'd suggest you defer action on that issue until you can have the larger discussion about, well, just how are you going to pay for this, which moves this into a contextual discussion of the budget. I think that's what I heard some of you say.
Sounds like that's what the commission wishes to do.
I'd make a motion to defer this item using the city manager's words.
Well, we don't need a motion.
I'd suggest you
Yeah,
actually,
take
you
it.
do.
Well, I'm gonna
because
second that motion.
That gives you
All
direction.
right, well, 5 minutes ago, I was trying to get a motion to, so I'm glad everyone has come to Jesus and said, okay, we're gonna go ahead and defer this. All right,
Yes, ma'am.
so the motion was made by Commissioner Amix, seconded by
Commissioner Herbert.
Commissioner Herbert. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you all very much.
All right. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you, staff.
No one's gonna stay for the fun parts,
Mark.
the fun finale.
should stay, because sometimes they announce things like you have a barrel for your roadways, and you won't notice it.
That's an excellent point.
Mark, thanks for your report.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're on to commission items. All right, so I did go to the National League of Cities in Washington DC. That's where we go and talk to our congressional people here. And that was all fine and dandy, but the big struggle that NLC, the National League of Cities, is dealing with now with the new administration is there seems to be a very heavy focus on federal policing instead of community policing, which we fund quite a few things with community policing grants from the federal government. So that was a scary thing. And also, we already mentioned CDBG funding because we have a giant wall. Apparently, we need to prioritize at the risk of other things. So that was not so fun, but it was a good trip. Good to meet people in the state league, and I appreciate being able to go. And I thanked the staff of Senator Moran for our $500,000 grant we got for Amtrak. That was good. All right, any other commission items? All right, you're on.
You know, I was just thinking about the wall that the president is suggesting. At one point, I think he was suggesting that they special assess our neighboring country to the south for that particular wall.
Are you thinking of a sidewalk solution? Can we make Mexico pay for our sidewalk?
Yeah, I don't know who all those adjacent property owners down there, but they probably have an objection to it, too.
Pay for Coronas.
Couple things, update to Human Trafficking Commission discussion. We had a presentation by Willow Domestic Violence Center's Executive Director, and as a result of that, our staff got together with their staff and came up with a training program. And so the Willow and Lawrence Police Department will be providing training to participants in the class to learn where human trafficking occurs and who is most vulnerable. And the first round of training for that program is scheduled for April. They're planning 6 different sessions for that program. One of our employees was deployed to Hutchinson to help with the Highland wildfires.
Not wildflowers.
And we did have a contingent, I think we had 2 engines go to Overland Park as well, so for that major conflagration that occurred there. One of the issues came up from the Aviation Advisory Board. They did create a subcommittee, and we've included the members of that subcommittee in the report. Gary Knutson from the Airport Advisory Board, Jeff Long from the Airport Advisory Board, Rick Bryant from the Airport Development Group, and city staff, including Charles Soules and Jason Stowe. And also a representative from Lifestar will be invited to sit in on those discussions. I think there was a suggestion made that some persons made some comments that suggested they didn't have great acumen about FAA rules and regulations, so I thought it was important for you to understand who's actually serving on that subcommittee. I don't think any of these individuals were the ones that were suggested to have made those comments. In terms of utility billing monthly report, there's some information in there about our stats on customer service, and we also gave you a status report on our credit card and payment portal progress in terms of the new features that we've added. You also have a future agenda item which talks about some of the big events or some of the items that are coming up. And as the mayor says, this seems to always grow between the time of this report and the actual time of the agenda.
Yeah, it looks nice and simple from
Yeah,
here.
doesn't it? It looks like a piece of cake kind of meeting on April 4th, but obviously that'll change. One of the interesting things is Reuter Oregon company here in the community that we recently toured notified us that this would be their 100th anniversary in the community. And if you ever get the chance to tour that operation, it's really phenomenal. The old world crafts that still exist in that plant and how they do things is pretty impressive. So it's really worth taking a tour of that facility. We also talked about the work session items coming up. April 11th, we have this Police, Public Works, Utilities, Transit, Transfer Site discussion. And as I indicated before, this is really a offshoot of our strategic plan discussion in our facilities, and that's why I think we listed the hub site. But obviously, you heard a lot more about that tonight too, in terms of a public work campus and some of the other things we're doing. I think, we estimate that we're operating under 50 different buildings in our operations in this community. Obviously, I come from a perspective that can tend to silo your operation too much, and I think that there's some real benefit in co-locating some of our operations to share some services, facility, and equipment use. And then on May 9th, we're talking about the city manager's recommended budget coming out. So those are the items from the manager's report worth commenting on.
Thank you. All right, calendar?
Give me a second. Saturday, the 25th. There's a education funding rally at South Park that I'm going to be serving as MC for. So I don't know if it is it's not a ticketed event, it's a public invite, so I don't think there'd be a conflict if other members of this body were there, but I did want to let that be known that I'll be there in case that is a conflict.
What time is it?
I think I have to be there at noon, so yeah, 12.
Any other calendar items? Okay. Onward. I think that means we can adjourn. I'll move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made by Mayor Soden, seconded by Commissioner Herbert. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimous.